All right. Hello, hello, hello to all of our wonderful viewers. Good to see you guys here. I apologize about the delayed start. It appears that some Discord service, select servers, are going up, but we'll see how long that lasts. Hopefully, it's just a very temporary thing, and we just don't have to worry about it in the future. Um, yeah, so anyways, we are here tonight. We are playing the Wildlands. We are playing session number 46 tonight. There was a huge session last time. Big, crazy, fucking insane shit happened, which I'll cover in the recap. And then we are picking up right where that left off. And then next week, just so you guys know, we also have session number 47, which we'll be playing on our regular Saturday day, and then that will be it for the month of December for the Wildlands. Tomorrow, big D&D weekend, so we're playing this tonight until, yeah, Discord just shit all over itself. It was terrible. Also, what's up, Shinobi? How are you? So tonight we're playing the Wildlands. We'll be playing till 11 tonight, Eastern time. Tomorrow we're playing Esoteric Days. That's from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern. Candace and I are PCing in that one, and that is Logan's campaign. And then we are also playing Boundless Valor. I almost said Boundless Heroes. Jesus, there's too many campaigns. Boundless Valor on Sunday night, which is Candace's Sunday campaign, her superhero campaign. So, yeah, it's going to be a very D&D heavy weekend. So, yeah, that's that. I am doing just fine. Doing much better now that Discord decided to function and let me get on with my fucking game. So, all right, guys. Without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and dive into it. I'm gonna send some love over to the players, and remember that when I am DMing, I am not paying a whole lot of attention to chat. I will pop in on occasion, but it's very rare. So, oh, holy shit! Who was that? Was that Tech?
Tech.
Wow.
Tech. Give him 5 subs.
Wow, thank you, Tech. That was wildly unnecessary, but much appreciated. We also appreciate your lurk. We appreciate your patronage, and we just appreciate you. Is that what you appreciates about me? That's what I appreciate about you, Squirrely Dan. All right. Thank you so much, and congratulations to all of our new subbers. We've got Devin. Hey, Webdo just got a sub. Congratulations, buddy. Adora Meows, Accidental Genius, who I've not actually met yet, and not one-on-one, and my nephew, Ryan. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. To everybody hanging out. Sit back, relax, have fun, and stick around. Stick around, by the way. It's gonna get fucking weird. All right, guys, here we go. All right, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So, session number 46. Let's go ahead and do our recap really quickly. So, November 2023, Part 2. So, the group fought valiantly against the Giantkin that was just outside of where you guys currently are. It was the inner circle of the Crone. And you brought them to heal with ease. Honestly, you really did. Considering how many of them there were and how big they were, you guys really didn't take quite as much damage as you could have. The group then looted some arrows. Well, that was Gartok, really, and then prepared to enter the domain of the Crone. By the way, that is exactly what my note says, so I had to read it verbatim. As they entered, they found themselves suspended in a tar-like substance. Two red eyes appeared. Give me 1 second.
Because I like you like that.
Choo-choo, motherfucker, choo-choo. Alright, so yeah, thank you to my dear friends who are dumping gift subs all over the place and summoning the hype train. I appreciate you guys very much. See, I turn all my sound alerts off when I stream D&D, and this is how they circumvent it. They're just like, oh, we got you, bitch. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. All right, so let me try to get through these notes before something happens. So as they entered, that is the domain of the Crone, they found themselves suspended in a tar-like substance. Two red eyes appeared, and the Crone spoke to the group. When she was finished and reality revealed itself again, the group found the Daughters of Eternity strapped to Spanish donkey torture devices. They sprung to action as quickly as they could, and within barely a minute, Ulrich and Sybil had been reduced to piles of ash, while the Daughters of Eternity had been drained of all of their life force. For a few moments, it seemed like failure was at hand, but Gartok and Bloodmane prevailed, and in a final glorious assault, they brought the bitch to her knees. As her twisted body deflated from the core of her tar and ooze-infested torso, spilled the body of Sybil. Wait. Why? And that's where my notes end. So, the group earned a collective 4,450 experience. I know that sounds like a lot, but the power level of the ogres mixed with the crone was obscene. So, that brings Ulrich to 120,231. Congratulations on level 13. Gartok to 113,904. Congratulations, Gartok, on level 12. Or wait, no, I think it's actually Sybil that's level 12. Sybil, 104,000... Yeah, it's Sybil. So 104,179, and the remaining party members, 114,904. Candace, that's just you and Kurt, so can you just take a note of that total and send it to him when he's here? So, both of our dusted individuals gained a level, which is ironic and fucking hilarious. You feel free to go ahead and just level yourselves, since there is, things that we need to handle before you make your appearances again. If you make your appearances again, we'll see what happens. And then, yeah, we'll kind of go from there. So, we are starting today's session. It is, Jury, the 25th. And it is, let's see, we ended the last one, it was 4:30, that would have gotten you in, so it's actually only like 5:30 p.m. Though you wouldn't be able to tell that from where you're at, because this place is pretty grungy. Alright, that's all I've got for notes, my friends. Any questions, comments, clarifications before we dive into it?
Yeah, I got a question.
Sure.
Why did Sybil's corpse fall out of the...
Guess you'll have to roleplay and figure it out.
Oh, no.
Okay. Great fucking question, though. And I hope that you've been stewing on that for the last month, because you should have been.
Maybe. I took a look at my character's intelligence and realized he probably won't stew as much as I would.
He's like, excellent, another thing to eat.
Yeah, no, I've already discussed in chat. Now I'm just gonna pour Ulrich's dust over Sybil's corpse and roast it.
The forbidden season, or the forbidden spice, is Ulrich's ashes. Fucking Gartok just saves a pinch for himself.
I will give you indigestion.
Oh yeah, upset stomach, heartburn, and diarrhea. Alright.
Also, one last thing. I know I broke a character last time. I think it was out of panic because the situation was looking bad. I do apologize for that. When I shot Maine as it was unconscious.
Yeah.
You did rightfully call me out for that.
I will always call you out. Yep, but I do appreciate that. Just, you know, it's easy to lose ourselves, and sometimes it gets really fucking sketchy, and that's the fun of D&D. I mean, what's more fun than escaping your own reality than coming to one that induces panic and fear? Right, Cat?
Everybody is on. Everybody!
Cheer 1000.
Everybody is on.
Which with cheer 100? What is happening? Oh.
Cheerwell 150.
Wow.
We added 100 bits to Torrent TV's cheer.
Holy shit.
Bonus bits unlocked. We added 50 more bits.
Sorry guys, give me 1 second.
Everybody is on. Everybody!
Cheer 100.
Wow. Thank you
legend
guys.
has just subscribed.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you, everybody, for your overwhelming I mean, Jesus Christ. I think you guys just pushed me into... yeah, it's like double hype train. Look, there's only one track. I don't know how many trains you expect to fit on this motherfucker, but I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I was surprised. I was like, what do you mean Twitch gave me bits? It's like, oh, they've got that thing right now. Okay, well, hey, thank you guys very much. I do seriously appreciate it. I am gonna take my focus over here. I will give you all the love you deserve and desire tomorrow night, I promise you. But tonight is for the players. Alright. So, did I have any other questions or clarifications, comments? Okay.
No.
Alright, so, let us begin. What has just transpired after this next beat is that the crone had finished completely deflating and spilling out of her torso was what appeared to be Sybil's body. It landed on the ground in this gross, sloppy mess. The pile of ashes where Sybil's corpse, or Sybil's body was before she got dusted, is still there. And moreover, Winnie is down in the corner over here. She's actually like actively down. So what is going to happen immediately is that Bloodmane's rage is going to subside. And he's going to step right over Sybil's corpse and move over there, and this is to prevent Candace from having to, die, or even risk death. And he is going to spend a single basic healing potion. And Candace, that is for... Holy shit, that was max. That was 10 hit points. Okay, so that is all I'm going to do as far as Kurt's character is concerned, is literally, as soon as that happens, he turns, puts his... He's like, plants his back into the wall, and he just slumps to the ground, and he is sweating, and he is bleeding profusely. Like, this man is on death's fucking door. His jaw is completely broken, he's got lacerations and different colored energy blasts, he's bleeding from his ears, eyes, nose, mouth. Every part of him is just soaked in fucking blood. And he sits down, he puts the Vorpal sword down, and he literally just like reaches over, pours that potion in, and just throws the fucking vial at the wall as he kind of slumps his head and continues to breathe heavily.
As soon as Winnie wakes up, for lack of a better term, and sees that he's like on death's door, she'd put a level 4 cure wounds into him.
Okay, go ahead and give me a roll.
It's 21.
Okay.
And then she'd kind of stand up, dust herself off. She's familiar with him needing time afterwards, so she'll kind of gimp away. Honestly,
okay.
I think she's also going to cast Close Wounds on herself a couple times.
Okay. Alright, Gartok, what are you doing? He, by the way, he is literally just slumped over. His head is hanging, blood mains, and he is just panting profusely. Like, you guys have seen him come out of Battle Rage before, but he looks like he was taxed to the max.
So quick question. This here, is that one of Sybil's daggers?
Ah, it is not. Nope. So Sybil's pile of ashes here, Ulrich's is here. There does appear to be items in both of those piles of ash. Over here, so the crone, as she was deflating, bits of like the tendrils that were the extra hands began to kind of like spit off of her, and as they did so, they kind of almost like a deflated balloon would hit the ground and just kind of like writhe for a minute, writhing up and out of a couple of those hands collectively. There's a very large sack, and that's this little brown thing right here. There is a sword here, a weapon of some sort, and then this right here, the little gem looking thing in the middle, that circle around it. Oh, you guys can't see that circle. What the fuck? Hang on a second.
I'd like to believe that's the bloodstone. We don't have to look more for it.
You called it a bloodstone, and I'm mortified by that term because it's absolutely not what it is.
Sorry, the circumstances kind of... I don't know why I related it to that, but yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible. No, it is, but it does appear to be a stone that is almost identical to the stones that you guys had been looking for. So It is a blue crystal this time, and the one you picked up before, I believe, was like a pink or a purple. This one is blue, and it's kind of pulsating. But it's same size, same kind of cut, but that's what's lying right there.
Right. So I think as Bloodmane is over there healing Winnie, she wakes up. I think Gartok would kind of move over, himself also pretty injured, but I think Bloodmane's worse. And give Bloodmane a potion, and then also just check on Sybil to see if, well, the body fell out, but is it dead? Is she dead?
Okay, so as you're doing that, give me just a second here. So, as you go to hand Bloodmane the potion, he kind of like waves you off, and you hear him say, "Thanks, but I've still got 3 or 4 in my bag. I'm good."
Gartok will kind of nod, then turn his attention to Sybil's body, question mark?
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me a medicine check.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next step as well.
Okay, go ahead and give me a medicine check.
I'm glad you're here, Winnie.
Yeah, so, Gartok, you're just, like, really freaking confused by, like, what just transpired. You've never, like, you've fought some crazy monsters before, but, like, where you come from, manticores are the scary thing to fight. Whatever the fuck this thing was, that was a whole new level of nightmare, so you're a little shaken from that. What I will tell you with an 8, though, is that she's definitely at the point where your people would probably consider consuming her, as she's not worth anything at this point on a battlefield. Winnie, thank God you are here, because she is breathing. As you squat down kind of over her, you kind of go to reach for it first, because, I mean, she's pale anyways, because she's, you know, she's, blue. And it's not weird that an air genasi is breathing, because you can only hold your breath if you're conscious. Oh, we can't hear you, just so you know.
Oh, yeah,
there we go. No, that first bit, we didn't hear you. I heard you say... Oh, you were just exclaiming out loud. I gotcha.
Meh.
Okay, anyways, yeah, but she is indeed breathing, which even reinforces the fact to you that she is unconscious, because she typically chooses not to breathe when she is conscious. So you feel her pulse, you kind of look her over. She's a little worse for wear. I mean, she's been beat up a little bit, but she looks fine. And with a 20, I'm gonna send you a message. All right, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I think as Winnie finishes, Gartok's gonna look kind of sad, and is Sybil's eyes closed? Because Gartok thinks she's dead.
Her eyes are closed, yeah.
Okay, then I guess he's just gonna kind of pat Winnie, and point towards both Ulrich's dust, Sybil. And I guess it's Sybil's dust as well, because he's still not sure what's happening.
Yeah, that's the pile that says Sybil's dust is where you watched her get fucking blasted by one of those beams and crumble into dust just a couple of seconds after it happened to Ulrich. So yeah, this is very confusing.
Hey, I think in Gartok's mind, it's just the spell that hit Sybil teleported her inside, made the hag eat her. And so he's probably like, wait, does that mean Ulrich's digested already? Because it was the same spell.
So Winnie, she would have seen that Gartok was all messed up when he walked over. She's gonna kind of like subconsciously and passively do close wounds on him. So you can roll your hit dice if you choose to use it. But she's gonna actually start inspecting, like as she's doing the medicine check, inspecting Sybil's body, and stops on one of her legs. And looks kind of confused, and then look over at the dust where Sybil's body was, And it's like she's just not able to comprehend what is happening right now.
Gartok's probably going to point at them and then go,
Can bring back?
Well, she's alive, and she'll point to the body. But the dust, I don't think it was. I don't think the dust was Sybil. I don't know.
Gartok's going to look at you confused, like, a lot, at, like, Sybil's corpse and go,
No. Dead.
No, she's alive. I have it
She's
on
gonna
good
look-
authority.
Okay.
She's gonna shake Sybil a little bit. See if it's a sleeping thing.
Okay, you're just gonna like shake her shoulder, just like
Yeah,
hey,
just kind of
you.
like I'm gonna like kind of see if it wakes her up. If that doesn't work, then we'll move on to other.
Yeah,
matters.
definitely. Yeah. So you give her like a little like gentle kind of like nudge. She's fucking out.
Okay.
I think since, well, I already explained that Gartok thinks that, the spell was so that the hag could eat the people she's cast it on. So he's gonna go look around the room for Ulrich.
Oh, that's so sad.
Maybe kind of, I guess, also inspect things around the room. Just kind of walk around.
Okay, so just yeah, put yourself wherever you want to be. Hey, there he is. Holy shit, he trimmed the beard. I
He's
don't
not
like
in
it.
Discord yet. At least I don't think he.
Ah, he's having Discord issues. Yeah, I actually just saw Seru server is down right now too.
I don't know. Gartok's just gonna wander around. There's no specified place. Just gonna look around, look for Ulrich.
Yeah, and when shaking her doesn't work, Winnie would have seen Gartok head this way and would have noticed this, and since she knows what it is, would go to inspect it for now.
Okay, sorry. What was that, Candace?
She's inspecting this thing right now since shaking Sybil awake didn't work.
Okay, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Ah, it's only a 6.
A 6? You're not sure exactly what it is, but it does look a suspiciously definite amount like the other stone that you guys had picked up.
Okay.
It matches a lot of the same exact descriptors in your handouts. I'll just show that to you. It does look like that, but it's blue.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and you said it's emanating that blue. Okay. She kind of look over her shoulder to Emig.
Hello, I am Emig.
Hey, there we go. What's up, man?
Yeah, so I don't know,
What's
just
up?
so that you know what you missed. I sent you where your XP is at in a message.
Thank you.
And then,
Got that.
Xavier had Bloodmane bring Winnie back with a potion because we figured that was what.
That, yeah, I would have done that. Is that marked off, or do I need to mark that off?
Nope, I already took care of it for you, bud.
Thank you, sir.
And then you got a heal from Winnie, pretty good.
And I also already healed you there, so you're good. Now I'm gonna get the fuck out of your character sheet because I'm uncomfortable here.
Nobody likes it.
She'll turn to Emig and I don't remember. Do we have to do anything special?
You're asking the wrong Goliath.
Winnie, make a wisdom check for me.
Another dirty 20.
Nice. So you, as you're like saying it, like, did we have to do anything special to this? You kind of like look at it, and then you start to think back, and you're like, I don't think that Ulrich had to do anything with that, and then it dawns on you. Ulrich was holding the other fucking crystal. You guys never put it anywhere safe.
Winnie's literally gonna stop for a second, and her arms are gonna drop to her side, and she's just gonna look up at the sky with her eyes closed.
You see a very dark clay tiled ceiling above you, and absolutely no semblance of starlight or open sky. It's very suffocating.
And she just sighs very loudly and closes her eyes.
Let's see. Who's still up here? Gartok, myself, and Winnie.
And then we have Sybil's body, which Winnie did inspect. Specifically stopped on one of the legs and looked very puzzled.
Yeah, so Sybil's body, just before we had ended last time, was kind of like birthed like an old calf out of this fucking crone's chest cavity.
Right. That's right.
Old calf is so contradictory. I apologize about that. That's not right.
Yeah, so Winnie will let out a breath, open her eyes, look down, and grab this one and put it in the bag of holding.
Okay. So, Candace, you can add a blue pulsing binding crystal to your inventory. The weight, I didn't write it down before I deleted it out of Ulrich's inventory, but we'll just say that it weighs a pound.
Okay.
It's pretty fucking dense. Just custom item it. Unless you can find a gem and just change its weight. I don't care how you do it, just make sure that you use blue pulsing binding crystal.
Okay, it is done.
Alright. And then over there, there is also, just so we're clear, where you guys were just standing, Winnie, there is a scimitar that was lying on the ground next to that, huge sack, like a flour sack times 1.5, and standing almost perfectly up and down, tied at the top. That's shit that had kind of spilled out of the tendrils of the crone as she was kind of deflating. But there's also this scimitar. The handle of the scimitar, so scimitars are curved blades, right? And the handle follows the same curvature, but then it kind of is polar opposite. So it's the opposite direction. And the handle turns into the pommel, and the pommel appears to be a draconic head cast in bronze and copper. And then the, where the cross guard is, it looks like draconic teeth kind of coming up and out of it. And as you are standing over it and kind of just going about your business where the lights are hitting it, you see small shimmers of energy kind of ripple across it very, very briefly and then dissipate. But it's doing it every 30 seconds or so.
Just for clarity, it doesn't look familiar, does it?
Make an Arcana check.
Oh, it was almost 15.
Found another cursed blade. Let's go.
That's what I was trying to make sure it's not like a brother or sister blade to the...
This does not look nearly as sinister as the fucking 9 Lives Stealer. Okay. It looks sinister, but not like that.
Okay. She'll look over at Emig and kind of nod and say, "Do you mind?"
You want me to let you take it, or do you want me to take it?
I have no desire to wield that at any point in my life. It is all metal.
I am going to pick it up with probably some cloth around my hand, just to be safe.
Yeah, and as you do so, Bloodmane, there is a okay, let's think back to the 90s. Midwestern pizza joints. Have you ever been in one of those places that had like the fake electric chair that it was a wooden chair you would sit in and you'd grab the 2 metal handles and it would just fucking vibrate like crazy?
Haunted trails, baby.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. At least 3 of the 4 of us, or 3 of the 5 of us get this, or 4 of the 5 of us get this. So as you touch it, there is that quick vibration to the point where you're almost convinced it's electricity, but you feel it through the cloth, and then it settles down really quick. It's just like, and you're like, woo, there's some heat in this bad boy. Also, Candace, just so you know, scimitars are traditionally the only weapon druids religiously use that are made of metal, that are crafted of metal.
That's good to know. I didn't actually. But so when she sees him pick it up with a cloth, she'll just hold the bag of holding open.
I will place it obediently within the bag.
Okay. I will not tell you what it is, but you have a scimitar. Okay.
And then you said there's like a big bag and stuff too. So Winnie will look at Emig and say, I don't think we've had Sybil with us.
Are you talking about that Sybil or that Sybil?
She'll point at the dust. That Sybil didn't have... That Sybil was no longer a cripple. She'll point to the body. That Sybil is a cripple. She'll walk, like, kind of lead him over and then point to the leg, which is fucked up again.
Yeah, so as you walk over there, Bloodmane, as she kind of like, walks away from the bag in the middle and points down, you kind of like look down at it, and as you squint, you kind of like move your boot, and you kind of like, because she's wearing like breeches, like cheap breeches and a fucking tunic, and that's pretty much it. As you kind of like move with the toe of your boot to see where that nasty injury was, because remember, her injury was caused by a fucked up job in healing a bad injury. Sure as fucking shit, that leg is bum as fuck.
Weird. I'm going to try to like touch this old calf body.
So gross. It's slimy. Seriously, because it just came out of the inside of this entity. It's still kind of covered in like this nasty, slick, almost like semi-hardening, like tar. But as you touch, you're touching her, just her form. She's solid. She is warm to the touch, and as you do like get your hands on her, she takes like a sudden.
Oh, don't like that. All right.
Yeah, she's breathing, which tells you she's not awake.
But which one is it? I don't know.
So I can't remember. I'm pretty sure we had the leg fixed before she got kidnapped by both the Mind Flayers and the Hags. So I don't think we ever actually had Sybil? Or maybe this is a false Sybil? I don't know. Hags are...
I'm gonna check to see if this one has teeth. Does this one have teeth?
She does have teeth.
That's how you check the health of a specimen. Check the teeth.
She has teeth. She has a tongue. Her gums seem to be in. Actually, Bloodmane, since you're doing this, just give me a medicine check. This is not you doing a formal physician's exam, but you know. Fucking Bloodmane. Well, she was due for a mammogram, so no. I kid.
Pulled out the full dentist kit out of the bag of holding.
That I would fucking die. Didn't I tell you guys that I was a dentist with the flotilla? Okay. Well, never mind. But yeah, she's definitely...
It wasn't 18. Just flipped. Just say.
She's got her teeth. Skin seems to be in order. Now, don't get me wrong. She is banged the fuck up. She's very bruised and very battered, but... This Sybil, or this body, whatever the hell is going on here, you've seen it before. I'm going to pause there just for a moment. Gartok, as you are walking around the room, you don't notice anything like particularly interesting. However, when you get over to the pile of Ulrich dust, I'm assuming you're like trying to figure out what the fuck, or are you going through it, or are you collecting it?
Probably a bit of all of the above, to be honest.
Okay, so a couple of things. As you begin to
I don't think I can collect it, because all I have is a... Can I put it in the quiver of Alona? I don't think that's how that works.
Yeah, you can. Why not? It's still a fucking quiver. It's just going to fill up space outside of the quiver itself. You know what I mean? Like, you can put it in one of the pockets. It's just going to eat space. It's going to be weird, but... So...
Well, he'll probably look through it and then put it in.
Okay, so as Ulrich. As you start looking for Ulrich, suddenly, you... Now, mind you, a humanoid-sized body creates a lot of ash. As you begin to kind of like scoop aside the ashes as you're looking, suddenly there's a vibrant red glow that kind of like radiates out, scares the shit out of you for a moment, but then you realize that you are looking at the top of about a fist-sized crystal, a red crystal, and it's got little blue motes bouncing around inside of it excitedly. You remember seeing this when you guys fought the hags, and Ulrich took one of the binding crystals. Whether or not you know what the fuck it is, you know that you see it here. Also, in that same pile of dust, you find 2 scrolls rolled tightly together and tied together. It looks like they were in a 2-tube scroll case, but the case got disintegrated, and the scrolls were powerful enough to survive.
In that case, Gartok knows that the Great Worm, or the Great One as he calls him, Saxon Gold the Blue, I believe. I wrote that down right.
That is right.
Wants it, wants the crystal. He doesn't know what it is. He doesn't understand the talk of what he wants it for, but this is his hunt and that's what he wanted. So he'll probably put that aside for now. Take the 2 scrolls for when Ulrich comes back, because you know, Winnie has weird magic.
Sure.
And then put Ulrich's ashes in his quiver.
Okay, easy. So you can go ahead and just in your inventory just add a pile of Ulrich's ashes. I don't care how you want to label it. It is 6 pounds worth of ashes. And then I will send you a message with the... Actually, I can just tell you now. It doesn't really fucking matter, to be honest with you. There is, especially since they're labeled, there is a scroll of contingency and a scroll of teleport that survived. Okay, so as you're doing that... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What level is contingency and teleport?
All I know is that they were both very rare, but I believe teleport is 6 and contingency is 6. Contingency is level 6, I was right. And okay, teleport is also... Oh no, teleport's level 7. Okay. So, while he's doing that and scooping the ashes up, you guys see, by the way, suddenly, as you two are, like, going through, like, this medical shit, Gartok is fucking with the pile of Ulrich ashes, and then all of a sudden, you see the light kind of start to emanate from the pile, and you see him kind of pick the crystal up and set it to the side and just start scooping ashes into the quiver.
Winnie will say, "Oh, but hi," and head over there, and, like, approach Gartok and say, thank you. Do you mind if I grab that? And she'll point to the gem.
He'll probably have, like, his hands full with dust, but he'll see, like, the dust fall off as he raises, like, a claw. This thumbs up.
Oh, yeah, okay. So Winnie will put that in the bag of holding, too.
Okay, so you can add a pink pulsating, or a pink, hang on, it is a... It is a pink pulsing binding crystal. There you go. DM note sent to Discord message with what I did for leveling. Beautiful. And for those of you who are leveling, please roll your dice, roll your HP in roll 20.
Earlier.
Oh, did you? Okay. what did you roll? I didn't actually
I
see
rolled an 8, so I got 10 extra hit points, which I'm super grateful for.
Oh, yes, you did. Holy shit, you maxed that fucking out. That's
I
very
am
good
10
for you.
points less squishy and still very unconscious. Or
Yeah,
dead.
yeah, we'll see. Or question mark. Okay. And thank you, Kat. I appreciate that.
Sorry, quick.
Goddamn, Ulrich!
Roll
Sorry,
big
I'm really
numbers.
excited for this fucking guy because he's got all of like 54 hit points. So rolling a 6 is a win for the little guy.
Damn, that's some high HP.
That's what I'm saying. Oh god, as we all look back at Gray, every time he fucking leveled, he got negative hit points.
Almost.
Slap. All right,
Anyway,
sorry, go
what was
ahead.
the level 6 scroll again?
Contingency.
Glad I asked, because I was not gonna write that. Write the correct thing down, I mean.
All right. So, when you come over, you pick up the crystal bloodmane. Are you doing anything else special over here by this entity?
By this entity, I believe I will try to gingerly pick this entity up. Is kind of like a weird question. She's slimy. Is she clothed, or is she just totally like...
She is clothed. Yep, she's wearing, but it's like a really simple, like, linen tunic and a pair of, like, linen breeches, and that's it. No belts, no pouches, no weapons, no armor, no fucking nothing.
I believe I have a cloak or a cape or something. In any case, I'd like to wrap her in something and just kind of pick her up.
Okay. Yeah, easy. I mean, Sybil weighs all of, you know, it doesn't even fucking matter
Negative
with
2
your
pounds.
strength. Yeah, it's like light as a feather, stiff as a board, light as a feather, stiff as a board. Okay, settle down the craft. Yeah, so you pick her up, no problem.
I'll pick her up, and then I'll go over to the dust and try to make what I can out of the dust if it hasn't been investigated yet.
Sure, yeah. So you walk over to the Sybil dust with the weird Sybil body thing. As you walk over there and kind of like look down, go ahead and just give me a perception check, Bloodmane. That's actually not bad. So it's a much smaller pile of dust than Ulrich's was because she's a much smaller person. But as you kind of like look closely, you see a little bit of the light catches something that glints in there, and as you kind of like, again, you kind of like put your boot forward and just gingerly kind of tap the metallic object, both of the foul blades fall out of the pile onto the ground, and on top of it falls a 3 or 4 like small mechanical looking picks and keys and shit. And you, being somebody very familiar with the martial world, hear the familiar tink of adamantine.
I will certainly gather this stuff up. I will set down, obviously, the Sybil burrito first, and then grab these objects from the Sybil dust.
Perfect. Okay, so you gain 2 foul daggers, which are in impeccable shape, and you pick up a set of adamantine thieves' tools.
Cool. All right. I'm going to try. I'd probably have that like an empty something to put Sybil dust in.
Winnie would actually walk over, and she'd be removing a small potion vial from her backpack, which is the only thing her backpack contains at present, and take her backpack off and hand it over. Or actually...
Oh, to put it all in the backpack?
Yeah. I've been here before, and I hate
No,
what
you
I've
have
done.
not. The last time you did this, you were doing it in a swamp over a
dock.
fucking dock, and
Yeah.
dust was falling through, and you threw yourself into the fucking swamp. Please, God, all we need is dust.
Oh,
It was so bad.
He was like, "Okay, how do you handle this?" "Oh, not well." Yeah, so she'll open the backpack and start scooping the dust into the backpack.
Okay. All right, so you've gained the Sybil dust. It is only 5 pounds of dust.
Okay.
Yes, Gartok.
Has anyone opened this bag here?
It is still tied.
I am going to open it. I feel like Gartok would.
Okay, so as you open it, Gartok, the top of it was essentially tied so fucking tight that as you loosen it ever so slightly, it just bursts wide open, and thousands of gold and platinum coins begin to spill out of it, as well as a small potion vial with a pink liquid inside and a singular scroll tube that's wrapped up and has a wax seal closing the top of it. It's made of leather. But like literally thousands. Like to you probably tens of thousands. It's a lot of coinage.
What do you mean? That's 10 billion coin right there. No, Gartog can't count that high. I think Gartog's gonna look disappointed as if he was looking for something else. Cough, Ulrich.
He's gonna find Ulrich everywhere.
But
I see him in the clouds.
You can't see the fucking clouds.
He's gonna kind of give like this little yip sound, I guess. Or I guess it'd be deeper pitched for a lizard man than a kobold. But he's gonna essentially just yip in the direction of like Winnie and Bloodmane, and just kind of point to like the treasure and stuff.
Yeah, and you two hear it as you're like scooping the ashes into the backpack. You both look over as you hear, and you're like, "What the fuck?" And it's just it's a waterfall of gold and platinum, plus the one little potion vial that like spills out, and then this one scroll tube. And poor Gartok's feet are just covered in coins. Like, oh god, what do I do?
Okay, I'll go clean up that mess too.
I love that you guys refer to your fucking treasure as a mess now. Great. That's what level we've hit. Treasure is a hindrance.
Mess.
That's the level of depression we've hit. So I'll scoop it into the coin purse.
Okay, so you can add 13,000 gold pieces and 1,500 platinum pieces to your coin purse.
I will gladly do so.
This was the nastiest boss fight that I've probably thrown at a party in probably since the World
Undead Beholders?
No, the Undead Beholder was way easier than this.
That's fair. We were lower level.
You were way lower level. Yeah.
And this was kind of sick. It was like messed up and twisted on top of being a very difficult fight.
Yeah.
So I told Candace this, and I usually don't share these details to the very end, but the Spanish donkey thing, the week before we played that game, I had a random Instagram reel that popped up on my feed that I watched, and it was just like going through do you want to hear the most horrific torture device of the Spanish Inquisition? And I was like, actually, I kind of fucking do. And then it told me about the Spanish donkey, so I took a note that night in my campaign to-do list, and it was figure out how to implement Spanish donkey into Crone questline, and that's what happened. So Thanks, Instagram. You fucked my players up for life. Forever. Alright, so you scoop all the coin into the bag. You guys get the Sybil dust. You get the Ulrich dust. And you have collected the scimitar. Is anybody doing anything with the potion or the scroll tube?
I guess I'd pick up the scroll tube and then sheepishly hand it to Emig because he's probably better at that than I am now. And then I'll check out the potion, see if I can identify it.
Okay.
As one last thing before I go get a drink, I think Gartok would kind of just, I guess, hand the healing potion over to Bloodmane and then point to Sybil. He doesn't understand how healing potions work.
I can.
So maybe it'll wake her up.
I can try to heal her if you want to hang on to that. My resources will come back. That's not as easy.
Probably don't do it in the realm of the Crone.
Okay.
Or maybe do it in the realm of the Crone.
I want to wait till we're out of here. I don't trust this area. But for now, Emig, can you read this? And then she'll hand him the scroll, and then she'll start smelling the potion.
Okay, so Winnie, give me a nature check, and Emig, give me actually, you don't even need to give me any. You don't need to give me any check. So Emig, you break the seal, pull the scroll out. I mean, it is a dingy, musty ass scroll. To the point where it looks like there was probably water damage, and then as you look closer, you're like, that's a little bit too dark for water. It's probably a blood stain at some point in time on this scroll. But it is indeed a fucking warlock-specific scroll. and it is a scroll titled Crown of Stars. It is a 7th level warlock spell, and as you read through it, what it says is that it will create 7 star-like motes to appear above your head until the spell ends, which, by the way, is 1 hour. You can use a bonus action on your turn to shoot one of the motes, one of the stars, towards an enemy creature or object within 120 feet of you. When you do so, you'll make a ranged spell attack, and if you hit, the target takes 4d12 radiant damage. So you're literally shooting, you're creating shooting stars. And that's that. Also, if you have more than 4 motes around you at any given time, they shine brightly for 30 feet, and then an additional 30 feet after that in dim light.
Damn. All right, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool. But you, as soon as you roll it open and you start reading it, you're like, whoa, hold up, this is warlock incantations. It is the same writing that's in your book. Okay, Winnie, your nature check is a 12.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Ah, yep, that is much more than you needed. This is actually pretty common. This is a pretty common potion. This is a potion of clairvoyance. It is got, there's actually, as you were sniffing it, you kind of like hold it up. Now it's like a pinkish yellowish liquid, and when you hold it up, you realize there's a fucking eyeball floating around inside this thing, and you must consume the eyeball in order for the potion to work. When you do so, you create an invisible sensor within range in a location familiar to you that you have seen or visited before, and yeah, that's that. The sensor remains in place for the duration, which is 10 minutes, and it cannot be interacted with or attacked. When you do so, you choose either hearing or seeing, and you can hear and or see through said sensors senses. And as an action on each one of your turns for those 10 minutes, you can switch between sight and sound. But once it's placed, you cannot move it.
Got it.
And the range, the range is 1 mile. So, meaning, if you want to spy on somebody and you want to get a mile away from them, you can drink this potion and drop it where you have been to before and seen. So, all right. So, we have the Potion of Clairvoyance and the Scroll of Crown of Stars. Mark that off. You guys got the loot, the coin loot. Okay, so anything else? And you guys have a scimitar in a bag that you're not entirely sure about.
Right. That nobody's touching with bare hands.
Damn. Oh, it's shiny though.
It is. It is.
No. On a completely unrelated note to the scimitar, Gartok's gonna head over to this coffin. Assuming it's closed.
It is closed.
And this is gonna be his last attempt because it's the only place left in the room he hasn't checked. So this has to be the place. Kind of like an aha moment. He's gonna move to the wooden box and then like try and open it for Ulrich.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a strength check.
My dice tonight. Jeez.
So as you put your hand like on the top, you kind of start to like forcefully push, like hard push, and you are like, what the fuck? I am the strongest of fighters. Why can I not do this? And as you glance down, you realize there's no lid. It's one solid fucking piece.
It's just a piece of wood then.
Yeah, it is carved into the shape of a coffin. It looks like if it was going to be created as an actual coffin, they didn't get to the part where they severed the lid off to then scoop out the insides. It's just one solid piece.
All right, he's gonna look pretty dejected, but then like turn around. That was his last attempt at trying to find Ulrich, and it was a piece of wood. And he'll like saunter over back.
So as you guys are
child footsteps.
So as you guys are back over here, Winnie, that you feel a static kind of across your mind, and you hear a familiar voice. I'm not entirely sure what you all did down there, but the ogres just stopped suddenly in the midst of combat and began to flee back towards the volcanoes. Incoming portal. Prepare yourselves.
She'll say out. She'll say back to in her brain first. Okay, thank you. We'll be prepared. And then out loud to everybody else, she'll say, "There's a portal incoming. Grab everything. Let's get the hell out of here."
And it's about that point where you guys, from the southern end of the room, southern center end of the room, you guys hear like the sound of static. And you begin to see runes form around the ground. And you realize it's coming. And a teleportation circle hums into existence. And you can kind of hear from the other side, Quickly, run through, we don't have time!
Okay, Winnie will start heading that way and kind of tug on Gartok and Emig before she does. Move, let's go!
I'm carrying Sybil Calf out with us.
I hate it so much.
It's canon, I fucked up.
Stop making me here.
Oh, God.
Newborn old Sybil calf.
Alright, so... So, give me a moment because this is not exactly where you guys are at. Obviously, you're still wounded, but that doesn't really make any difference at this point because we're kind of out of the thick of it. But the portal flashes. You guys feel the wind rush across your faces, and you appear just outside of the main encampment that you guys were at, where the military had organized themselves to fight the ogres. And there is a mage there. He's got a huge gash across his face that starts really small near his jaw and eventually splits his entire lip to where this part of his cheek is kind of hanging outwards. Bloodmane, it's clear to you this man got shot in the face with a fucking arrow, but it was a grazing strike just deep enough to split his cheek completely. And he is the one finishing the incantation. As the flash finishes and he sees you through, he kind of drops to his knees and he looks up at you and he goes, "Oh, thank fucking goodness." He kind of puts his hand on his face. "I'm sorry. The commander wants to see you in the tent. I think Ezekiel's there as well." And he stands and he begins to walk towards a couple of medics who are in the process of bandaging people up. You guys can still hear the outrageous level of sound that is being created by battle in the distance just over the hill. And as you approach the commander's tent, you see an absolute fucking massacre on the field below you. Bodies and a giant red stain that runs as long as you can fucking see, where these two forces clashed against each other. In the distance, going back towards the demon springs, and just on the edge of your sight, you see the ogres in a full flee, still being cut down by the golden steed, or the golden pyramid steeds, the paladins from the pyramid of Namari Kotepik, that are still giving pursuit, and archers still firing down upon them. But in the wake that was this battle, you guys see an absolute massacre that does not look like it was necessarily in your favor. You guys go inside the tent, and inside is Ezekiel, the commander, and the captain, and then two of his sergeants. Now, when the last time you were here, there were a couple more sergeants. One of the sergeants who is here, he's got a bandage over his left eye, which is actually actively weeping blood. And the other guy has very clearly had his arm completely severed from the elbow down, the left elbow down, because it's just tied off in a fucking stump. The fact that these guys went out onto that battlefield tells you that it was not a good situation. Their field commanders should have been able to handle this. But that's not what it came down to. So Ezekiel kind of looks over at you, and he, for the first time that you guys have ever encountered this man, looks disheveled and beaten. Not physically, but outwardly. He is drenched in sweat. Literally, he's got a line down underneath his nipples of sweat that has completely soaked his robes and his top. His hair is hanging over his face, wispy and dripping with sweat. He has dirt and blood splatters everywhere. As you look down at his hands, it looks like he might even have a couple broken fingers. But he is completely stripped of... He had a belt that, remember, had scrolls and stuff on it. Every single one of them has been used. They're gone. And as you guys enter, he's panting. And he says, I'm not entirely sure what you've done. But I assume you took that fucking bitch out. Because they stopped in the midst of melee. And in full-blown rout took for the volcanoes. Please tell me I'm right.
You are correct. It wasn't clearly without cost out here or in there, so.
He continues to pant. He says, he kind of glances around. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. Where's Ulrich?
Gartok's gonna open his quiver, and I guess the dust's gonna, like, pop out.
Pop out? Are you
He's gonna
commanding
just
it
show
out,
out.
or you're just dumping it out? It's an extra
yeah, 'cause I
dimensional
can't-
pocket, so you're gonna have to call it out.
Yes, because I don't think I can just open it and be like, here, he's in here.
Okay, so you, like, open your quiver and just start, like, dumping 6 pounds of ash onto the ground, and his eyes go fucking wide. And he says, what the fuck? Were you not given explicit instructions to ensure that he survives?
The crone was able to disintegrate people. She actually disintegrated Sybil, too. And then she'll look over at the body.
Very obvious confusion runs across his face. This man is beaten. He can't hide anything now. He looks at Bloodmane and just says, well then, what the fuck is that?
So-
You brought her back before him? I'm not trying to be
No,
disrespectful, but she's far less important.
Ezekiel.
Winnie will turn the backpack around to the front and kind of wear it like a baby Bjorn almost, and open the top and show the ashes. That body popped out of the crone, I guess.
Ezekiel, I think you and
What the fuck?
everybody needs to rest before we talk about this.
What the fuck?
Winnie is eerily calm.
You see, he starts to breathe to the point where he's not hyperventilating, but he's on the fucking cusp. And that's when one of the captain in the room walks over, the guy with the eye patch. He puts his hand on his shoulder and he says, Master Ezekiel, I think it's probably time we get you back to your tower for some much and well-deserved rest. He says, I think that's probably for the best. Excuse me. And Ezekiel kind of pulls himself up, and he grabs his hair and he pulls it back into a ponytail, and you see he's actually had, like, he doesn't have a scrunchie on his wrist, but it's like a little band, and he, like, kind of ties it off in his hair, and he says, see me tomorrow morning for breakfast, or midday whenever you're ready. There's no pressure, but excuse me. And he is led out by the captain. The captain, as he kind of walks past you, Winnie, he's got one arm over Ezekiel's shoulder as he kind of leads him out, and he kind of pats you on the shoulder, Winnie, and he says, you did good. And he leaves. The sergeant kind of bows to the lot of you as those two leave, and he says, if there's anything that I can do for you in the meantime, please let me know. Or let the medics know. You look like shit.
Yeah, that's true. When he's barely standing right now.
Even
I
Bloodmane
resemble that statement.
I was gonna say, I resemble that statement. I too am fucked up, sir.
I'm bloodied, but I can take a few, like a hit or two more. Depending on
Get over
from
here, you
what
big
it is.
galoot.
As he breaks your jaw. Eat it, Stanley.
Probably not from Bloodmane, because that sword hurts.
Yeah, fuck that. His fists would hurt. Fuck the sword. Okay, so he kind of gives you guys a bow, and as he does so, he kind of winces, and he puts his right arm over the nub, and he just kind of like walks out. And you see, now that he's taken a few steps, he's also got a really fucked up gait, and it appears that where his the top of his chainmail meets the plate greaves, or the plate, it's greaves. They've been completely bashed in, and it looks like the size of a large fucking rock just smashed this dude in the leg at some point in time. So he kind of walks out awkwardly, and you guys are left to your devices. What would you like to do?
Winnie would probably... Oh, go ahead.
I would like to put Ulrich's ashes back in the quiver.
So you turn on your dustbuster and kind of vacuum the ashes back up.
Yeah, I love how I'm using like Ilona's quiver as a vacuum.
And like the stuff that you can't get out of the grass that is inside of this fucking, medieval war tent, you just kind of like lick your hand and like rub the grass to get as much in as you can. No, I'm just kidding. He tastes great, by the way. Definitely
the grass. Yeah.
You just lick the grass and just spit it into the quiver.
Oh no, it's not going in the quiver.
Seeing that Emig is still
Turmeric?
pretty... Ugh. Seeing that Emig is still pretty fucked up, hey. She'll heal him, I guess. It'll be another 4th level Cure Wounds. That's my last 4th level spell.
We'll say for the sake of brevity, there is enough healing resources from your military personnel that were up here just for the commander sergeants, officers, that you guys can just consider yourselves fully healed. Sybil is still out, though she has begun to stir more regularly at this point. What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, so now that we're out of the Crone's Lair, I'm going to use my last 2nd level spell to cast Cure Wounds on Sybil to see if it makes a difference. So she'd ask Emig to lay her down first in case she starts squirming. We don't want to drop her on her head. And then, 2nd level Cure Wounds. Oh, Max! How about that?
You don't need to. I said for sake of brevity, you guys are just healed to full, so don't even worry about it. But we'll assume that you are adding your healing into that. So
I just did it for Sybil specifically. Yes, I didn't know if she was included. So.
Well, yeah, she's alive. They're professional medics. They can tell she's alive, so of course they're gonna heal her. They're not gonna be like, we'll give you guys some love, but fuck this bitch that you dragged back from the realm of a crone. Okay, what are you guys doing?
So is Sybil...
She looks great, but she's still unconscious at this point.
She's just unconscious, just chilling?
Yep.
Alright,
Yep.
I'm going to carry her to the Temple of Bahamut with, hopefully, bringing Ulrich's ashes. It just seems like the right place to at least put him for tonight.
Okay. So, is everybody going with, or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I have the ashes, so yeah, I guess I'll go with.
Well, you could have handed the fucking ashes over, Lucy, if you really didn't want to go.
No, my quiver.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot. I keep forgetting it's in the fucking quiver of Ilona. He's gonna go to draw an arrow in like successions, and it's just gonna be a puff of dust that comes out, and it's gonna be like, whoops, that's where that was. And Ulrich standing there, like, missing one part of his hand, and he's just like, you cocksucker.
Well, he's already missing some fingers.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so you guys, you guys begin to ascend the steps of the Temple of Bahamut, and you get to the, 100-foot high open topped platform that is this religious, or this place of religious power. And you see one acolyte standing there, one that you guys have dealt with in the past. Not the one who performed the last resurrection, but one who assisted in the last resurrection, the human gentleman. And he is talking to a very familiar figure. Small, 4'5" or so, dwarven woman.
I'm out of here, see you.
With,
She hates us.
with long white hair and pasty skin,
No.
dressed in white robes. Although these white robes are a little bit different than the last time that you guys remember seeing her. They are trimmed in gold, and down the front she is wearing a very majestic, almost Native American looking turquoise and golden, like religious bib, for lack of a better term. She's got a very similar in fashion circlet around her head, with the turquoise gems and the copper and gold kind of intertwined. Her hair is not pulled back like it normally is. It's kind of laid down long, and she is carrying a warhammer. She immediately, as you approach, turns, and you see this huge shit-eaten grin kind of creep across her face. The acolyte that's with her kind of looks out and goes, "Oh, I didn't realize you'd be here so soon. Lady Artine had just," and she puts her hand up, "Please, dear boy, I've made the acquaintance of the lot of them."
Winnie winces.
She points at Gartok.
He
"Do I
waves.
know you?"
No.
No.
"Now who are you, dear?"
He's gonna point
You've-
to himself.
Gartok.
"Gartok." She looks over at Winnie. "Where the hell did you find him?"
Out in the forest. From what I understand.
"In the forest?"
Not around here. But I believe his family was. Gartok, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe his family was slain or chased off.
Attacked.
Right. Interesting company. Well, I see dear Sybil's gotten herself killed again. That's wonderful. Winfina, why don't you come forward and put the bag of ashes on the altar? Let's have a little chat.
There's 2 bags of ashes.
You know who I'm talking about. She begins to walk towards the altar.
She'll walk forward with her bag of ashes.
So you walk forward with the bag of ashes. The acolyte, by the way, is like on her fucking heels. He looks as if though he has been recently intimidated, maybe a little bit, by somebody, not entirely sure who. The head priest is not here right now, so that's fucking great. So he gets there and he just goes into ritual routine mode. He just starts like setting up candles, and he's like pulling out like little, like, you know, those like little holy dippers where they flick holy water at you, but it looks like a big spoon. Yeah, he just starts like flicking oils and shit all over the altar. She says, "I had a feeling that you were probably all in trouble, considering I couldn't get a night's freaking rest on the island. You know, Moradine came to me specifically. I had a series of dreams a couple of nights ago that something bad was going to happen. I had a dream where you lot, including him, but I wasn't sure who he was at the time because I've never met him before, that you were all descending in a stairwell into some darkened location. Couldn't see it though. Then, the next night, I dreamt the entire night of a single candle standing alone in a windstorm, but it was still lit. Confusing. Then, the next night, that same candle was snuffed out. Strange. And then finally, and even weirder, is that candle, that very next night, 4 nights of nightmares that I had to decipher on your behalf, was that same candle that stood alone but lit in the windstorm and then eventually gone out as nothing more than a pile of melted wax. After that, I received a couple of whispered words from the heavens and told me that I have a new task. And it is a task that I am very begrudgingly going to adhere to because Moradin himself has willed it. I'm here to perform the strengthening spirit ritual on him. But we need to do it before I gift you. And she kind of looks down at her belt, and you can see a scroll kind of tucked into her belt. The only true resurrection scroll I've been able to scrape up on the entire of the Wildlands since the World Breakers broken free from captivity. We'll have discussion about payment when we're all done, but I think more pressing matters are at hand. I'm going to go prepare my ritual. Count yourselves lucky. She turns very begrudgingly and begins to walk down the stairs that kind of go into the sub-chambers, where you guys have not been before. Oh, she stops and turns around. Yes, my dear.
I don't know if this will make you more or less mad at me, but we have a scroll of resurrection if that helps, if you want to keep yours.
She smiles. Sweetheart, we need a body.
Oh. Would I know that as Winnie? The difference?
Can Winnie cast resurrection?
No.
Okay, then give me an Arcana check. Or, actually, I'll tell you what. Give me a religion check, because it is not on the druid spell list.
That actually works. Okay. Oh, it was almost a nat 20.
You do know the difference between resurrection, true resurrection, revivify, all of that. Yep. Reincarnation.
That's fair. Okay. Yeah, we only have ashes.
She says, I had a feeling that was probably the case. The vision of the burnt-out candle turning into a pile of wax. It's a rare one to see, and it usually means the destruction of the individual's body.
Winnie will kind of get down to one knee to try to make herself smaller than our teen, out of respect. I just want you to know we did try really hard to keep him alive.
She kind of reaches in and, not physically, with her hand, but she kind of, leans in towards you, and momentarily she switches to Druidic, and she says, I know you did. That's why I'm here. If I would have thought for a moment you'd done any less than your entire attempt, I'd have said fuck off. Mainly because of him. She nods towards Bloodmane.
And when he doesn't make eye contact, she's kind of looking at the floor like a kid who just got caught drawing on the wall with crayon.
She smiles and then she switches back to common. But thankfully, here I am. There you are. But unfortunately for that poor soul, if we were to try to true resurrection now, there's a good chance he's stone souls. And it's the only chance he's got of coming back. Unless, and she kind of points to the group, does anybody have the ability to perform a wish miracle?
Winnie looks like she's gonna throw up.
That's what I...
blink with one eye and then the other.
Blunk, blunk. Like he just had shit in one eye and it's stuck. She says, and that's what I taught. So, allow me to prepare my ritual. She begins to walk down the steps. By the way, we're looking at 50,000 gold pieces for both of these rituals to be performed. I'll explain more when I come up.
Okay. When he stands up and looks over at Emig. She likes us still.
Yeah, I'm going to insight check this bitch.
Yeah, make an insight check. Yeah, 100%. And you know what? Do it with fucking advantage because you've been watching this bitch for 4 months. Oh God! Fuck you, Blood.
Oh, he does?
God!
Your girlfriend
Terrible.
says it, and so it is true. Oh, Lord.
I mean, yeah, it is legit. I mean, and even if there was a success, like, yeah, she still if she hated you, she would have turned her back on you completely. What she just said, she is following her God's command, or what she believes to be her God's command, and that's the only reason she's here. But yeah, she seems like whatever she said to Winnie with the weird chirping and fucking like chittering that they were doing back and forth, it seemed to be pleasant. Okay, so are either of you three doing anything important for this next little bit?
Honestly, primarily Winnie's watching Sybil's body. That's the big thing.
What time is it?
It's very late. It is, actually, no, it's not very late. It is, we'll call it 6:30 p.m. So it's just starting to get dark.
Oh, man.
I think Gartok would kind of look to Winnie and go, and point to his quiver.
Want ashes?
We do. I just don't want to accidentally mix them because that could be horrific.
Do it. And that's how we make flesh golems.
No, I hate them so much.
You cease that right now. We've had your hag thing.
I know you want to get that. She'll start looking through the bag of holding to see if she has any other container that she could take the ashes so that he can have his quiver back.
Okay. If need be, this acolyte, if he sees you guys struggling as you're pouring out fucking separate piles of ashes, he is going to come over and just be like, I don't mean to intrude too much, but I can get you a couple of sacks if you'd like to separate.
Yes, please. That might be good.
Okay. So all of Ulrich's ashes, by the way, are being poured onto the altar, just so we're clear. So wherever Sybil's are is where Sybil's are.
Yeah, I have hers in my backpack right now.
Okay. All right, so a few minutes goes by, and unless anybody wants to do anything else, a couple of minutes go by. Artine comes back up. She is decked the fuck out in religious regalia, and it appears that it's like she just took a moment to shower or bathe or something, because her hair is a little bit wet, so her clothes even look like they're almost a little bit sweaty, and it's when she approaches the altar that you guys actually smell. She is covered from head to toe in different fragrances. You smell like rose, lavender, there's some frankincense, there is like nutmeg and a couple of like dark spices, like maybe a black pepper or something, and she is a fucking walking aromatic bitch, because that's what she really is. His Bloodmane's like, yeah, that do be true though. Okay, so she comes up to the altar, she kind of scoops the ashes and creates like this weird like ash shaped snowman. It's like a snow angel, but in reverse because it's 3D instead of imprinted, and it's just like a humanoid figure with the ashes. She looks out over you and she says, I truly want you to know that the only reason I'm here is because, and she holds her warhammer up, he commanded it. Because
Project's gonna look up.
And she says, because he, and points down at the altar, the pile of ashes, is very important, supposedly, to the cosmos and to the gods above. And it is the reason why when I perform this ritual, I am going to suffer the effects of death, and he is going to have it reversed. She looks at Bloodmane. I'm not going to die. As he Spartan kicks her off the fucking ledge.
No, you are.
Enjoy that 100-foot fall, bitch. And this is how we treat our NPCs. To be fair, she is a fucking bitch.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's our fault.
That is true. That is absolutely
Mostly
true.
Ulrich's.
Yep. Actually, that is exactly fucking true. Every time Ulrich showed up to the cave, he was like, "Hey,
I just jumped.
we need something." Okay. So she says, "So here's the thing. And she reaches into a pouch, a big leather bag that she's got, and she pulls out a fucking diamond that is cut into the shape of like a starburst and is wider than her head and thicker than her hands, and she sets it down. That is a star diamond. They are so extremely rare that this one in particular, which I have been in possession of since I came into this life, as she notes that she is an Azamar, cost me 50,000 gold pieces. Moradin has gifted me with half of that recovery rate, and I'd request half come from your lot. That is for the Strength and Spirit ritual. Now, after the Strength and Spirit ritual has been performed, I will require 25,000 additional gold pieces for the diamonds that would be necessary for me to perform the true resurrection. Unless you have enough diamonds to equal 25,000 gold piece value, in which case you don't have to pay me anything, and you can just pay me with the diamonds. With that being said, this ritual is going to take me 2 hours, and the true resurrection is going to take me another hour. So, I'm going to begin this. While this is happening, I cannot be interrupted. Are we in agreement on the price?
Yes.
Good. And she looks at the acolyte. Could you be a sweetheart and collect that coin for me? And he kind of looks around thinking, like, doing the math on 25,000 coins, and he's just like, yes, Mistress Satine, I think I can manage that, but I'm going to need more sacks, so bear with me. And he runs downstairs. She begins the ritual, and as she does so, she begins by taking her warhammer and with an two-handed overhead swing, strikes the top of the star diamond, which explodes into easily 20,000 different motes of golden divine energy. You guys see as she begins. The motes of energy begin to flow and fly around her, and they begin to spin in a wide circle, as this is a 9th level ritual that she is performing. She begins the incantations, which, in this place of power, even though it's an opposing god, echo throughout the entire village, to the point where her voice is drowning out the cries and the screams of the dying from the battlefield a half a mile away. The ritual progresses for the next 2 hours. So in that 2-hour time frame, are you guys doing anything? Yes, Gartok.
As the guy says he needs more, I guess, sacks and wants to go get some, Gartok just has an empty pouch and he's like, want it? You like hand it over to him, like, do you want it?
Oh, to the guy? He kind of looks down and he says, that's very sweet, but that's not going to hold what we need.
Okay.
And he kind of just keeps going. When he does come back up, which is like 2 minutes later, he's got like 7 empty flour sacks across his shoulder, and he's like, he kind of like skirts around the ritual platform, kind of like dodging these golden motes that are, and they're like, I mean, they are flying around her and smashing into this pile of ashes, like she is grabbing stars from the heavens and just bringing them fucking down on top of him. As they're striking, the acolyte comes around, lays the sacks down, and he goes, I think we can probably start with this and see how much more I need. Kind of looks back at Artine and then over to you. I'm going to take them down maybe half full because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to carry them if they're completely full.
Want help?
Yes, please.
I'll help as well. So I was actually going to do 30,000 gold and 2,000 flat is how I was going to separate it.
Okay. Easy.
Just so you know how many coins.
Yep. Go ahead and remove all of that from the inventory. And, yeah, he begins to drag him down there. So, at the 1 hour mark, there is a burst of golden energy from the Warhammer, and you see these 2 golden wings sprout from Artine's back. And she rises up off the ground about 3 feet and is now hovering over the altar with the Warhammer pointed down. And she is, for the sake of brevity, is going to continue to chant and blast this energy into the humanoid-shaped pile of ashes for the next hour. While, almost as soon as that happens, the body of Sybil what? And Sybil, your eyes flicker open.
I'm gonna kind of nod at Winnie real quick and try to carry Sybil out of this place into the air that Sybil so desperately needs.
Yeah, when he would follow.
Gartok is done picking up the money bag. So.
I guess that's true. Are we still helping with the money bags when that happens?
No, it did not take you guys an hour, but
okay,
yeah, because you can just call the amounts out from the coin purse of the pocket plane, so it's nice and easy.
I like the idea of an ash totem dedicated to Ulrich if this fails. No promises it'll be there tomorrow, though.
An ash totem. Stop eating the ashes, Gartok.
It was just once, and we weren't going to get those anyway. He doesn't need his fingers, it's fine.
No, not at all. Not for any somatic components.
He can use his finger stubs, it'll be fine.
So as we get outside, with Sybil kind of moving around and coming to, Winnie's gonna be kind of staring, like she's gonna be staring in her face. She's gonna try to, she wants to see her reaction to seeing them as soon as she opens her eyes.
In Giant, I'm just going to say, don't crowd her yet. Let's get her set down somewhere. This is going to be a lot.
Gonna be a lot for all of us. I suspect we haven't had the real Sybil for a long time, if ever.
There are many tales of rebirth from my clan, my tribe. This might be something like that.
I think Sybil's not saying anything. She's kind of just, like, still coming to a little bit, blinking. Occasional, like, soft little, like, not quite whimpers, but little, like, breathy sounds there as she's starting to, like, kind of fully come back, and those start quieting. And she stops moving as much and just goes very still, but her eyes are open.
Yeah, and Sybil, as the kind of like the blackness begins to take shape and you realize like who is around you, you kind of have that weird like almost internal crises, like holy shit, is this real or is this still, yeah, you know where I'm going. Okay.
I got you.
Yeah.
I'd like to kind of continue to carry her towards like the river, and maybe set her closer to the bank there, so there's water.
Okay.
For her.
Perfect.
And she does not struggle at all once she's like fully coming to. Just very still, very quiet.
I'm gonna set her down. Make sure that she's, like, good. Probably still wrapped up in the cloak, and I'm gonna try to lave a little bit of the river water over her forehead.
Okay. Yeah, so in a in a very different tone of action, Bloodmane appears to be tending to Sybil and not outcasting or shunning. And do with that what you will.
So she flinches at the contact at first, and then like goes, like forces herself visibly to go still again and to allow him to do whatever the fuck it is that Bloodmane's gonna do.
Winnie's kind of watching too, but what is her... Can I do an insight check on her face? Like, her expression when she first comes to?
Sure, go ahead.
An 18.
Yeah, she would read it. Kat, what is it?
She's very, very confused and scared. And that's like the predominant thing. And then it's a little bit of like steeliness that comes in underneath that. But the initial reaction is definitely confusion followed by like fear.
So Winnie's going to clearly not take Emig's advice and say, "What's his name?" and point at Emig.
I'm gonna shoot Winnie to look like...
She'll soften. Her face, like, will soften a little bit. Do you know any of our names?
So she, at that first, like, lashing of words, she draws back a little bit, and then she starts to speak, and then coughs a little bit, and just takes a second to, like, compose herself, trying, like, clear her throat. Not going for the river water, but...
And as she does so, as you clear your throat that first time with that little cough, you guys all see just a little tiny bit of that black ichor kind of spill out of the corner of her mouth as you instinctually wipe it away, and you get that really nasty, almost nutty, metallic-y taste that kind of like springs back into your mouth. Very, very familiar, Sybil. But it was like the last of it.
I'm gonna offer my water skin. Whether or not you take it is up to you.
There's a moment's hesitation, and then she'll take it. She'll sip from it, just enough to, like, wet her mouth, and then say... She says it to Bloodmane, and then flicks her gaze to Winnie to kind of see Winnie's reaction, says, "Thank you, Emig." And as she hands it back.
Make an insight check, Sybil.
It was your water skin with poison. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, so Winnie, what is your reaction? She would see it truly.
Her face would go back to looking like Winnie instead of like this angry creature that was in front of you initially.
Why is there a giant swan here?
And she'll say,
Feed the giant lizard.
"What's the last thing you remember?"
That's a difficult question to answer.
Okay, does getting lost in a desert mean anything to you?
If you're asking me if I remember anything from... She looks like she's searching for the right words. The encounter in Stillwater onwards, then yes.
So you remember it, but were you there? Because we got that fixed. And she points at the leg.
And I am and she's going to search for the word again and then say, in giant, cripple, and then switch back to common again.
Yep, and she says the word like she's been fucking practicing it for months.
Who got turned to dust then? She's gonna try to play it off, but she's not good at this kind of thing. She's trying to kind of get closer so that Sybil can't lash out at Emig. It's almost like a protective. She's getting closer so she can stop something if Sybil goes nuts, because she's actually a hag or a crone.
So she, as Winnie moves forward, not subtly, she like very clearly leans back a little bit away from Bloodmane, puts her hands not fully like up, but just so the palms of her hands are showing, like above her lap. The thing that died was something that needed to for some time. And I'm not going to... Well, I'm not going to do much of anything now, am I?
Question, are you still wrapped up on, like Bloodmane's cloak?
Oh yeah, she's absolutely got this cloak around herself.
That cloak is comfy as fuck, by the way. Seriously, it's like one of those Snuggies that is the shape of a quesadilla.
Yeah, she's not burritoed, but she's comfy.
Yeah, Emig's not getting this cloak back.
Are you still, like, on the ground, or did you stand up?
No, she did not stand up. I will describe that if and when she struggles to her feet.
Right, then I think Gartok would kind of be, like, next to Sybil, just sitting down with, like, the happy tail wag. Every time Winnie asks a question, he looks like he's gonna answer, and then sees her staring at Sybil and is like, no, it's not the time.
She's not
Winnie
talking
has
to me.
angry mom face.
Yeah, she does. It's the angry mom face has lessened. It's more of a disappointed mom.
Oh.
But Gartok is still happy next to Sybil, but he's not saying anything.
Okay. She takes like a very visible, audible breath. What can you tell us? Obviously, you have all of Sybil's memories. I'd like to believe that you are Sybil.
She winces when you say all of Sybil's memories, like it's visible.
There's a giant backpack of ashes in there with the Sybil that has been with us for the past however long. And yet here you sit with all the memories that those ashes should have. So any bit of explanation you can give would be extremely helpful at this time. She'll look over to Emig, like, almost like, okay, am I doing better?
It's been a long day, and I'll say this in common. A long day, a long week, a long month, however long we've been out here.
And maybe even your year.
A lot. A lot, I think, for Sybil. He kind of utters the name. He's trying. He's working with it.
It almost hurts, but yeah.
Almost hurts.
Winnie will switch to Giant. She'll kind of give like a reassuring nod to Sybil and switch to Giant and look at Emig. We don't know who this is, what they know, what they're capable of. And we just took a huge hit and loss. These people don't deserve any more tragedy. So if there's anything we can uncover before we bed down and anything potentially bad could happen, we should discover it now.
Xavier.
Yeah?
Outward appearance-wise, and I guess for Gartok, smell-wise as well. Besides, like, the black goo, like, is there anything to discern of whether this is not Sybil?
Ooh, fuck me, man. Make a perception check based on scent. Do you get those at advantage?
I do not.
No? Okay, well, never mind. But just make a perception check. We are assuming that it... Go ahead.
If he's actively sniffing her, she is going to, like, lean away for this. 'Cause, yeah.
Well, he's got a long snout and a pretty good sniffer, so he's gonna just, yeah.
Yeah, but Gartok has not shown great understanding of personal space.
No, he is definitely up in that. He's like a fucking dog that gets into your face like this and just pokes you and sniffs, and it's like, Jesus Christ, do you need to taste my skin cells?
Especially because the goo is still on her, so he's like,
yeah,
gotta
it's
get
gross.
underneath.
Yeah, if that happens, like if Gartok like moves towards her, or if any of them do, she is like
Gonna kinda
leaning
rear
away
back.
actively.
Okay. So he does, but noticing you lean away, he just kind of takes a whiff of the air that you have left behind. Gartok, this is so the ichor that you smell is the scent. It is the putrid, rotting scent of the crone that was dripping off of her very being while you guys were in combat with her. And you can identify that as the black shit that's kind of on and around her. But underneath that is an identical scent. There is no difference from what you experienced from the other whatever the fuck Sybil to where this Sybil is. Identical.
Right, then in Giant, Gartok will kind of lean over to the other two, and go,
Is Sybil. Smells like must be.
and this is broken Giant, but it's still Giant. Because if there's a language Gartok can speak, it's broken.
Good man. You know what? Take a fucking inspiration point for that. Talk about... You've got to... Actually, Gartok has a shitload of languages, but he does not speak them very well.
I feel that.
What are they doing?
Looking from Gartok back to Winnie, I'm just going to kind of nod.
We're going to take our break in like 2
and
minutes. We'll go tuck them in.
rehash that it has been a long day and we need to eat, and Sybil needs to eat. There are stories where one needs to die to come back reborn and new and whole, not in pieces.
Is that still in Giant?
That was in Giant. That would be very hard to say in comms.
I'm in Giant. I'm not denying that it's Sybil. But I will not sleep if I don't know these people are safe. I will stay awake as long as I have to. Emig, you of all people should understand this.
I understand. But now I'm going to get food for her and myself. And perhaps we will sleep here outside tonight.
Sounds wonderful.
Sorry, was that to Winnie or to Sybil that you were getting food for?
I was getting it for Sybil.
Okay.
Descriptive note, while they're talking, her gaze kind of shifts and she's just looking kind of at, but
We'll
past
be right there,
them.
okay?
Not really gaze focused on anything, but she's listening to the sound of their voices at least. Whether or not she's understanding is not, there's no indication of that outwardly.
Okay.
Gartok would kind of look at Winnie and Bloodmane, and in Giant. Actually, I think he'd forget about Giant and continue talking in common, because Gartok be wild with his languages. He'll probably just go, watch, and point to Sybil very unsubtly.
Winnie will say in common, Sybil. She kind of catches herself, and then, I really want it to be you. We just have to be sure. We're all gonna hang out here, and we'll figure it out.
I understand. And I know there is no, well, not love lost, but no little trust here. But may I ask a question?
Yes.
Is this future planning?
Did Ulrich survive?
Ah, fuck.
Gartok very unsubtly shakes his head.
And as you say that, Sybil, and Gartok shakes his head, you guys all, it's like it suddenly snaps back into existence that the ritual is still fucking going on, and Artine's voice is literally, even down by the river, it is echoing throughout the entirety of this village, like the Mountain King's thunder being fucking, you know, I mean, it is ripping through the valley. And as you look up towards where the Temple of Bahamut, which Sybil is very strangely familiar, like you've been here before, you look up and holy shit, there is a dome about 100 feet high of these orbs spinning and almost like beams of starlight, and they are shooting inward and blasting outwards, you know, rapidly, and then stopping suddenly, and then just floating before they drift back in. A massive ritual is happening at the top of that platform.
Winnie will sit down next to Sybil, like much like she did when they were. I honestly don't remember which of the times that Sybil was having a breakdown, but there was a time that Sybil was having a breakdown. They had a sisterly moment, and it's going to be very similar to that, where she's going to sit down next to her, kind of scoot over even closer, and then slowly put one arm around her shoulders and say, "No, but he will."
So she, like, goes completely tense at the physical contact. Like, she was starting to kind of shift with the arm, she just freezes. And then looks up at the temple and just says softly, just, "Thank you."
When he just sits in silence.
Okay.
Happy.
Sorry. Gotcha. Hi, how you doing?
Did you just shout happy? Is that what he said?
Well, I was gonna say something. But
I'm so sorry. I was getting ready to stop us for our break. No, please tell me. What does Gartok say? He's like, happy birthday. Isn't that what they say in the common tongue?
Yeah, that's what he says. Happy birthday. Welcome back.
Happy birthday! He's frosty.
I saw you get born out of the crone's chest. No, okay, sorry. I'm done.
Happy. You alive.
Oh, that was nice.
So am I. And she smiles a little bit to Gartok, though it's definitely a weak smile, and then turns just her head, not her body at all, so she can look at Winnie and just... I can explain some of it. Are you comfortable waiting until that is completed?
I don't think I have a choice.
You are an Archdruid, and the only thing that keeps this group alive most days. You have many choices.
Sorry, I saw Casey's face. Well, thank you. But I'd rather have him here. I'm the summoner. He's the healer, as I continuously remind him.
You are an Archdruid and a shepherd.
Yeah, and I'm gonna lead you back to where you need to be.
Fuck.
And she just kind of nods.
All right, that's where we're going to pause. We're going to take our midway break. Because when we do 4-hour sessions, we usually take a midway break, but we usually don't play at night, but we are playing at night, so we're going to take our break right now. Okay, so we'll see you guys in, let's say, 5-10 minutes. Let everybody get themselves set up. And Casey, I promise you, as long as the dice speak correctly, we are coming back to you. I want to hear that beautiful fucking voice tonight.
If it's percentiles...
And if not, Casey's gonna be like, well, this has been a fucking fun night. I could have been playing D4 this whole time, and you assholes just... Yeah. Are you still playing D4?
No, I've been back on playing WoW for a while.
Wow. Oh, okay, okay. Rating, I would assume?
We're like light mythicking. Nothing crazy.
Oh, no big deal. We're just fucking...
Oh, Tech was rated you.
Alright, guys, we'll be back in about 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes, somewhere right around there. Take what you need, and then we'll dive back into the last half of our session.
I'm gonna go walk a rocket.
You just got rated.
I know, I heard.
Okay.
All right, I heard the raid. You can't see my face because I just dropped it off, but thank you so much, Tech. Thank you for being my friend. Oh, I love this song. Oh, damn it only does a little intro. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. And if you threw a party and invited everyone you knew, you would see the biggest gift would be from me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend. That, by the way, if you are not familiar with, it is the theme song to the Golden Girls. Guys, we are just getting ready to take our midpoint break. Thank you so much. I do not have the voice of an angel. I have the voice of an absolute fucking... Oh, thank you. Yeah, Seru, I appreciate that. I hope that was sarcastic, because I do not have a good voice. I don't have a good singing voice. I've got a great... you have the voice of a crone. Wow. All right, Tech, you can go ahead and fuck yourself. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the hype train earlier, bud. Hope you had a terrible stream. No, just kidding. All right, I know you guys can't see my face right now. I got everything closed down. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's like the one song I love with all my heart. I could sing it until the day I die, and probably will. All right, we're going to go get our kids tucked in right now. We'll be back. We got 2 more hours. This is only the midway point, and we're doing big things. This is a huge roleplay session, so please stick around, you guys. Thank you, Tech, for your raid. Thank you, Raiders, for hanging around. Yeah, we'll be back on... Actually, we're going to be playing D&D again tomorrow, and we'll be back tomorrow night for Baldur's Gate, and we'll see if Dragon Age is working, because it wasn't yesterday, so I actually jumped back into Baldur's Gate to finish up a couple of things in my first playthrough with the epilogue stuff, and it's pretty fucking awesome. So, yes, but anyways, thank you so much for your raid. Thank you so much, Raiders, for being here. I am DM Xavier. We are playing Dungeons & Dragons, but we are going to take our break, and I will be right back. Yes, tomorrow is Esoteric Days. It is going to be Torin's game that we're playing. Myself, Rose, Nerdy Knots, and Bay are the players in that one, and it is so much fucking fun. I'm hoping we get into some combat tomorrow. I think we will, to be honest with you, but we'll see what happens. All right, anyways, I'm going to go ahead and get these kids settled, and thank you again so much for your love and your patronage. And Ark, thank you too, buddy. All right, chat. How are we doing? How are we doing? What are we up to? Excuse me. Thank you again, Tech, for all the love. I know you're lurking for the follow. It is very much appreciated there. Anybody still hanging out? Love you guys. Thank you so much. Hey, Ark, how you doing, bud? Hey, bud. Just so you know, Liam is so ecstatic. I wish I had. So the video that I had of him was like a couple minutes long, and Discord was just not having it unless I pay for Nitro, and I'm not paying for Nitro. But I'll try to figure a way out to get a couple of clips of it. But needless to say, he was absolutely 100% thrilled with the figures and with the extras that you sent. So I just wanted to say again, thank you so much. Is it bad that I heard you were back by being able to notice the sound of a Blue Yeti unmuted? No, not at all. Doot, doot. No, that's perfect. Yeah, man, you really made, I mean, seriously, you made his fucking day. You made his day. I hope everybody's doing well, by the way. I hope you all are having an excellent start to your weekend. Delete that. Just jump to this real quick. Here we go. You can see who is doing what. I'm trying to get things together here to finish some pet portraits. Oh, pet portraits. Nice, nice. Hell to the yes. Hell to the yes. You know what that reminds me? I gotta look at something real quick.
So I know this is a bit of a mid-section, like questions, comments, concern, but I do have a question.
Sure.
How could you?
How dare you?
Me? How can I what? What did I do?
I have spent so much time since you sent me things. So much time. Yeah.
It's fucking wild, right? And do you want to know why this all came to fruition the way it did? It's because you approached me in my kitchen 2 years ago, and you said, you know what? I have this idea about Sybil, and you told me your idea, and I laughed it off. Not legitimately laughed it off, but I laughed it off as kind of like well, maybe I'll get a little something in there. But that was right about the time that I wrote this fucking massive quest line, and I swear to God, I told Candace at that time, I think I just figured it out. And that's when it happened.
Yeah.
Obviously, it was a little bit of backtracking on my end, but it was only by about 4 months worth of gameplay. And then I was like, holy shit, why does this fit so good?
Why does it fit so good?
I'm not the villain. Make the fucking player the villain.
We're not always writing the stories. Sometimes we're just telling them. They're
That's
already
exactly.
out there.
Yep, exactly.
Also, if Winnie says the word shun, I might just quit.
Yeah, we did have a weird role swap there.
Yeah, this was not. I did so much fucking like mental like what ifing over the past couple of days. That was not what I was expecting.
Winnie is protective mom. She always has been. You're a
Yeah.
new strange person.
Yeah, you were protective over me too.
Yeah, when you were Sybil.
When I was killing monkeys, but now that I'm just like, hi.
It's because you killed the monkey.
I did, maybe.
Monkey killer.
Excuse you, I prefer monkey murderer.
You prefer that, okay. Do you prefer that with the gimp leg or without the gimp leg? Important questions.
Our team likes me. I can go back to her and be like, hey, so.
Well, she liked the other Sybil.
Yeah. That's true. She
Yeah.
did like Sybil, didn't she? Well, she liked a version of Sybil.
Yeah, because that Sybil was like, first of all, you fixed my leg, so I love you forever. Second of all, do you want help cleaning? Because, like, I love you forever.
Yeah, she was like, I'm too old for this shit. Holy shit, 6 pet
I'm pretty sure
blushes
you
before
had me,
Christmas.
like,
Holy
organizing a storage
That's awesome.
room, because I was looking through notes. It was something like that. I was
Wow, that's a lot,
inventorying,
Ark.
like,
You
the
got
pantry.
a huge level of commission, my friend. That's good. Good to hear. All right, guys, the gang's all here. So we're gonna go ahead and start. Where have we left off? So we left off right at. You guys are getting ready to kind of bed down. Winnie, where are you going? What are you doing?
She's staying there. She's especially
did
since
Bloodmane
Emix
go?
said he's gonna get food.
Did
when
Bloodmane
he's-
delete himself?
Uh-oh, did you delete yourself, Bloodmane?
Yeah, probably earlier.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I was like, where the fuck did this asshole go? I knew that I had him out here. All right, I'll fucking pull you back up. All right, anyways.
Actually, he wasn't here when you pulled the three of us over.
So he
I think-
deleted himself before that.
So Winnie will hang out. She won't always keep her arm on Sybil, but she'll sit on the ground with her. But as soon as she realizes that the ritual has ended one way or another, she would head in. So
Sybil is staying seated, wrapped in this fluffy cloak. Who knew a tough as nails barbarian pirate was going to have the comfiest cloak in the world? But I'm just going to stay seated by the river.
Now you know why he's always in such good spirits.
now you know how I got Winnie.
He was. He's not getting the cloak back.
Now he's just a
You
salty
are not
asshole.
my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Sounded like
Not
a bet you
good.
won't. That ain't gonna go well for you. It's
Oh,
like taking his
shit.
hoodie. You're not doing that.
He
No
gave
Got
it
one
to me.
hoodie you can't steal.
Yeah.
A, she's a rogue. B, you gave it to her. No wonder Winnie's being a bitch. This makes sense.
Falls into
Competition,
place.
A little
jealousy.
jealousy, yeah.
Okay, so the ritual is still incantations like being blasted out of a war horn through a fucking dwarven frozen dwarven valley are still echoing out, and you guys know that you're probably coming pretty close to the tail end of the strength and spirit ritual. What would you like to do? I know that a couple of you want to stay here and probably get some sleep. Is anybody going back up there, or is that a no-no?
Winnie's going back up there. Well, yeah, Winnie would go back up there at least once if the ritual is still going on. But once, if we're sitting out there and we notice that it stops, she would definitely head in.
Does she say anything first?
Yeah, she would say something like along the lines of, "I'm gonna go check on the outcome."
Would you prefer company or to do this? And she kind of just gestures to the three of them.
You're welcome to come with. There's nothing our team can't handle if you're not who we think you are.
She gets almost a wistful little smile. Our team's here.
She's the one bringing Ulrich back. And sacrificing part of herself to do so.
Also, Artine specifically said she did not want to be bothered. So, money please. I need to go get food.
Yeah, Winnie will hand over, I don't know, 10 gold or something. I don't know how much we think or food would cost, but
Food will give you, 10 gold will feed a fucking village for like 3 days.
it's just where she's at right now.
Alright, so remove 10 gold, give 10 gold to Bloodmane.
And then she will, okay, removed. I'm not going to bother her, I'm gonna just make sure it seems like it's going well. Sybil's not gonna bother her either.
I wouldn't dare disturb her while she works.
I wouldn't dare disturb her while she doesn't.
That's a fair point.
Sybil is going to, when Winnie starts going back, like, towards the temple, she's going to, like, get to her feet. It's definitely, since Gartok, this is the first time he's seen it, she's definitely not moving with the grace of Sybil. There's definitely something very wrong about the way she's moving as she gets herself to her feet, but she doesn't complain, she doesn't wince. Well, she winces. She doesn't complain or anything like that, but she's definitely struggling as she gets herself to her feet.
Gartok, make a perception check.
I like those words. So do the dice, apparently.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so as she goes to stand and you kind of look down, she's got a bum fucking leg. She's got a lame leg. Which is not the Sybil you ever knew.
Damn, you know what we do with those in the tribe? Cast them out.
Oh, whoa.
You don't
Okay,
eat
yes,
them?
we cast them out.
In our stomachs, don't worry about it.
Cast them out our asses after they go through our mouths.
Gartok is gonna, like, look in between Winnie and Bloodmane. Mainly because Bloodmane said his favorite word. Food. But he promised Winnie he'd watch Sybil, so he'll just kind of go up to Sybil. I guess just tap her on the back.
Need help.
And he'll point to the leg.
You fucker. Why are
So,
you so
again,
sweet?
there's that little bit of a flinch, but less this time.
It's like fucking,
and it takes a moment to respond.
what's his fucking nuts?
Bonking, but way
No.
less.
Yeah,
Thank
but Bonkin, every time he talks, I'm like, Jesus Christ, how many other, you got
Sure.
grandkids too, you piece of
I
shit?
know. Bonking would never
Positive.
hit somebody, though.
I know. Well,
That's
yeah,
the
no,
only
that's
thing
true.
separating him
He would
from
kill
the rest.
somebody to feed his kids, though.
If-
Feed them.
Help. Whistle.
He'll make like a whistle sound, which is really weird with lizard mouth, because it's more like through the teeth than through the actual lips.
So she cocks her head to one side and then just does a little bit, almost a little bit playful, and just does a like this and does like a little like trilling series of notes.
Make a performance check, Sybil. And she does so flawlessly. It actually trumps your whistle like tenfold, and it's almost a little embarrassing. She's like fucking perfect at it.
But with Gartok being Gartok would go,
No. Like this.
Fuck
Pretty
your
much
success.
exactly what I just put in Roll20.
oh, yeah, you did.
Oh my
Cool.
god.
Glad you know my character as well. And Gartok will follow behind Sybil, or next to her, just close by, in case she offers or asks for help.
Okay, so at the no like this and then the save like flat whistle, she's gonna kind of like laugh a little, not much, but a little bit of a laugh, and then just mimic that sound this time, and then start moving. She's moving not very fast. She's definitely like she's limping a lot as she's going, but she's still walking with like chin up, shoulders back, like she's not hunched in any way, shape, or form. She's just moving slower.
Winnie would, it would seem like she almost remembered when they first met and would slow down a little bit. And then, once we get there, she'd pop her head in and kind of peek to see how it's going.
Okay, so where are you guys going? Can you move yourselves on the map for me?
Oh, yeah.
You guys are going up by Ulrich's dust.
Yeah.
Okay. So the three of you arrive, and you get to the top of the platform, and the energy is just fucking swirling around. And just to remind you guys of what we're looking at here, it is Artine. Her wings are extended out around her. She's about 6 feet instead of 3 feet above the platform now. She's actually like hovering over, looking. So her body is like completely horizontal, and the wings are flapping and keeping her aloft, and the words are just spilling out of her mouth like thunder and ripping down the stairs to the point where as you guys are walking up the stairs, you're having to brace yourselves to get up them successfully. It's like I can't really explain the potency of a ritual of this caliber, but this is like one of the most powerful things that exists in my campaign world as this homebrew thing. It is ridiculous. You guys get to the top. Everything seems to be going well. At this point, the body of Ulrich or the ash outline is glowing. Now, mind you, she did the strength and spirit first, and then she's going to follow it up with the next ritual. But as she, for the sake of brevity, comes to the very tail end of this ritual, you see she is slowly, over the course of about 10 minutes, like almost like watching claymation, but it's like you just watch the very, very, very slow maneuvering of her magical warhammer above her head. She comes down suddenly in a snap, strikes the chest of this pile of ashes. The ashes glow hot white and solidify into what appears to be like almost a clay or brick-like material. And it glows hot like an iron in a forge just being struck with a hammer. Very Moradinian, aesthetic. And as it fades, Artine's wings shift out of existence, and she floats down to the ground. She puts the hammer down, which, by the way, is still glowing hot white. You can see the palms of Artine's hands have been completely burnt down to the muscle. And she's breathing heavily. As she looks up at you, she has one eye that is completely milky white. Her cheeks have sunken in, and her flesh has become jaundiced, as she has suffered the effects of another death at her old age. She pants heavily, and Casey, Ulrich has had, so the way this works is that if the ritual succeeds, you are restored 1d4 plus 1 death levels. I rolled earlier, and I rolled a 3, which means that you have been restored 4 death levels. You had 8 resurrections up until this, or 8 deaths to this point, which means you are now down to 4, which, by the way, everybody's at 4 except Sybil. So you are at the exact mark that the entire party's at. Except for Gartok. Sorry, actually, you know what's hilarious? Gartok's not even on my list because he hasn't died yet. And I just don't expect him to die. I expect him to watch you all die, and then he eats you. So.
Yeah, that's how the campaign's gonna go.
Joke's on you, by the way. If he eats another PC, he loses a level of death, so he's just going to be good. He's just going to keep watching for the weak ones. Anyways. So yeah, that happens. Give me a moment. So the ritual succeeds. It finishes. There is no sign whatsoever of that star diamond that was there during the initial casting, or the beginning of the initial casting. Artine looks up, and she kind of winces at you, and she blinks heavy through the one eye. It's pretty clear she can't see through it, at least not straight. And she says, "Well now, I think we've strengthened the spirit just a little bit. Oh, gods, I never thought I'd have to perform that ritual. Especially on someone who belonged to a group I didn't entirely care for. Alright. Yes, Gartok.
Can Gartok, when she takes a breath, walk over and he'll open his hands and there'll be good berries.
So you conjure the good berries, and she kind of looks down. She goes, she pulls she takes 2 or 3 of them. She goes, "Ha! Oh, good berries." She pops one in her mouth. Nectar of the Druids. Winfina, why haven't you ever offered me good berries? She pops another one in her mouth.
Because I often have things like cure wounds in my mind.
Oh, these are better than good. These are delicious. She pops the third one into her mouth.
They're alright.
No, they're delicious.
They're good, excuse you.
Don't oversell me, you dwarven bitch. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so she eats the good berries. You see actually the flesh, the scalded flesh on her palm. It does kind of like seals up, and she looks down and she scratches hard with her left hand, and a big scab peels off, and it reveals absolutely gorgeous old lady skin underneath. I don't know where I was going with that, but it's not burnt.
I think seeing that, she would feel inclined to help, like, since we can actually do something.
I conjure good berries too. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I don't have it memorized. No, but she would, I only have 3 spell slots left. They're all first level, but she'd pump them all into Artine.
As you begin doing so, each time you see her, she kind of perks up a little bit, and she seems to take it. And at the third one that hits her, you see the hair on her neck and her knuckles all stand up, and you see she gets goosebumps, and she goes, now there we go. When she glances up at the holy symbol of Bahamut that's emblazoned on the archway above her, and looking up at the open sky, she goes, there we go. I think it's time to perform the resurrection. He's not 100%. I can guarantee that. So if you have anything to offer, magic items, any bonuses that you may have in general. She goes, wait. No. He'll be fine. Save everything that you have. She starts to unfurl the scroll of true resurrection, which as she does so, as she begins to actually unroll the vellum, every sigil that makes up the language of the scroll is glowing at the equivalent of a candle flame. Every one of them. And there's like 2,000 sigils on this thing in golden light. As she unrolls it, she goes, I forgot that a true resurrection almost guarantees success. Fuck me. We're alright. Save everything that you have, and I'll perform the ritual. Just give me an hour, and he'll be fit as a fiddle.
Is there anything you need?
Protection and peace and quiet.
Okay. Winnie will step out of the temple and plant her butt on the bottom step and wait.
Okay, so she begins reading from the scroll, and as she does so, it is much different from the ritual that she just performed, this 9th level, crazy strengthening spirit, self-sacrificial ritual. She begins to conjure the energy from the scroll itself and into him, and as she does so, with each syllable of every phrase that she says, a pulse of platinum energy writhes up and out of the scroll, kind of flails around for a moment before shooting down into the now brick-like and hardened exterior of Ulrich's being. Winnie, give me actually, you rolled a 20 on your religion check, I believe it was earlier.
I think so, yeah.
I believe it was a 20. Let me just check real quick. It was an 18. Okay. 18 is still great. You would know that a true resurrection has what is referred to as major beneficial impact on anybody that it is impacting. So what that means in real world terms is that a true resurrection scroll, if you are casting a true resurrection on somebody that needs to be brought back, it automatically, by itself, by its very nature, reduces their chance of failure by 10%. Ulrich was at 8 deaths, which was in a 55% chance of failure. Because of the success, the 4-level reduction from the strength and spirit, he went down to 4. 4 is a 10% failure. Meaning, a true resurrection guarantees him a success more than somebody who has never died in their entire life. Because even 1 death equals 2% failure.
All right.
This is a guaranteed success. Full stop. And it was by literally the grace of the fucking gods.
Literally, yes.
Literally.
Okay.
All right. Bloodmane, during this hour, what are you doing?
Getting food.
How much food do you want and what quality? Wait, where are you going? You're going to the inn, right? You're going to the
Yes.
Lavish Serpent? Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. So you go in there for 1 gold. They will set you up with whatever top cut meat you want from the entire place. They have steer, eel, elk. They have more like obscure meats and more like rare exotic meats, like they have ostrich. Anything you want. Any of the egg varieties, you can eat fucking scrambled snake eggs if you want, which scrambled snake eggs and goat cheese is the specialty in this place, by the way. They can offer that with a 25-ounce cut from the back end of the best beef cow they've got in town for 1 gold piece.
I would like 1 of everything.
We'll call
Or
it 2
10
gold.
gold.
Oh, we'll call it 10 gold. Okay, so you drop 10 gold and you eat like a fucking king.
I want to make sure I can bring some for the rest of the people. I
You
need to
can,
make sure at least one of them is a vegetarian option.
yeah. So you bring. I mean, so what they'll do is they'll make you. So there are these like river reed, these dried and cured river reed baskets they have. Think Japanese bento boxes, right? But they are made out of like cured and dried river reeds. It's a base of rice and glass noodles with pickled onions on top of that, and then all of the different meats and vegetables that are stewed together on top. Except for one of them, which is absolutely 100% vegetarian, and that has leeks, onions, potatoes, carrots, parsnips, fucking celery, fresh herbs for days. God, I am so hungry right now. I apologize about that. Whenever it comes to food in any of my games, you know we gonna eat good. So from cooking Minotaur meat to river eels, baby, we got it. Yeah, so you load it. You load it up. So you eat your fair share. You load up the boxes, and you are more than welcome. You would actually make it back before he is brought back if you want to.
Yeah, I want to make sure that he knows I'm there for him with all this food if he comes back hungry.
Who's a hungry boy? You like he wakes up and the first thing he sees is Bloodmane with a spoon going, "Here comes the airship." Whoa! Oh no! Grim is firing at Winnie. Okay.
Not again.
Not again. No, God, no. Okay. Anybody else have anything?
I think Winnie's just waiting at the bottom of the stairs for her. She's protecting. That's what she's told to do, so that's what she's doing.
Yeah, and
Sybil.
Gartok would go stand next to Sybil. Again, after giving everyone he can a good berry. So if Winnie and Sybil want to take one, they can.
I feel like Winnie would to find out what's so great about him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
Artine was definitely like complimenting the kids' macaroni art with that good berry like compliment. Now Sybil is going to. She's standing near the entrance of the temple. She's sure as hell not going back down those hellish stairs. So she's just gonna kind of stand guard near the entrance. She's just watching, not really moving, not saying anything, just watching intently for the course of this hour. She's not leaning back against anything. She's just sorry, got distracted. She's just watching.
Sorry, yeah, no accessibility ramp. Oh wow, if you're in a wheelchair, you can fuck off. Bahamut says no thank you.
They've got an acolyte with telekinesis, and
That's true. Yeah, that's how you get up. Okay.
And she's staying like as far back out of the way where she can still see as she can. She's trying very hard not to be intrusive.
Yeah, and to be fair, the platform, like, once you do get to the top, the platform is, you know, like a 50 by 50 square of solid stone. So staying out of the way. The ritual before, everybody on that platform would have felt like they were interfering in. But now that this ritual has started coming from a scroll, not that big of a deal. So you get to that point, though, you kind of like, Sybil, you find like a spot. So like I'd mentioned earlier, there's like a couple of like big curtains that kind of like close the entire structure. It don't really protect it from the elements, but close it at night. And they are tied back against these long iron poles during the day. But that's like a lot where a lot of like you can find at least a decent amount of respite there. And you kind of get back in one of those corners and just kind of hang out and watch, you know, far away from the action, and but still within visible sight of it.
I think the only unprofessional thing that she does is at one point she just like there's a breeze that crosses by and she just kind of tips her head back and just like lets herself feel that for a moment before like resuming her like kind of watch.
Sybil, make a wisdom saving throw. No, I'm just kidding. No. I'm just fucking with you.
I take 20.
Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm just fucking with you. Okay, so the ritual, I know, I've been waiting for that all night. I'm just like, just give me that one like aesthetic thing you do that I can just be like, roll a fucking wisdom saving throw, bitch. I got you. No, you're done with that for now. Okay, so the ritual comes to a conclusion. Ulrich, as your spirit, as your soul has been drifting through the void, the last thing you remember is the beam hitting you. The crazy thing is you didn't even feel pain. You just got hit by the beam, looked down and thought, God damn it, not again. And you were gone. All of a sudden, it was black void. Like, literally, it hit and disintegrated you so fast, there was no pain. Good way to die, but not the way that you were intended to go forever. As you begin to drift through the ether, through the nether, there are fleeting moments of visions that kind of fly past you. These are moments from your travels. Moments that take you all the way back to the very moment when you realize that there was something about Sybil that didn't quite sit right. And as you sit and stew on these moments that she had that you were questioning, right? Especially as you became kind of a mentor to her after Azaki left. And as you kind of made pledges to her, and as you prayed out to Bahamut and asked for these guidances, go ahead and give me a religion check, please. What the fuck? How do you have +0 as our healer?
This has been an good
sorcerer.
I'd ask for an Arcana check, but you got a +1 to that?
No, that's also a 0.
Oh, great. So our fucking sorcerer cleric. Okay, well, all right.
I mean, insight, perception, persuasion.
Okay, no.
Also, I like the fact that it does say dead on there.
All right, Ulrich. I'm only sharing this with you, but as you float through the nether, a vision comes to pass, and you're not sure what it is, but you see this image constantly writhing in front of your face as a rubbery, black, unknown something. And it constantly, over and over and over in these visions as you're floating through nothingness, it constantly appears as a black, rubbery, spongy thing attached to Sybil. Every time you see a vision of her, this entity is also somewhere very close by. You don't know what it means, you don't understand what it means, but it is what it is. As you shake that constant vision, your spirit kind of turns and looks downward, back from where you came, as you've been floating towards Bahamut's kingdom this entire time. And below you, you hear the hammering of a hammer on an anvil. And you see this red light, like a forge under the bellows. And you're like, what the fuck is that? And you begin to hear a familiar voice ring out from deep below. Oh, you're not going now. I've been told by Maradine that you're coming back, and your friends have paid the price. And even though the crone took you from them, I will not let you be a melted wax candle in one of my dreams, boy. Now get your ass back here! Whoosh! And without a fucking moment's notice, there is a burst of hot white and red flame as your spirit re-enters the brick ash form on the altar. As Artine finishes the ritual, the scroll dissolves in front of her into this ash that kind of drifts off into the sky, and from underneath the brick version of Ulrich, there is a sudden shudder as Ulrich sits straight up with the success of the true resurrection, his eyes wide open, as he sits up, silence. And Ulrich, you find yourself sitting in front of your friends. What do you guys do?
I think, knowing that the ritual completed, it would be Winnie would go and certainly kind of approach Ulrich. So you did it again.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Artine sacrificed some of herself to.
And actually, on that note, Ulrich, as you are kind of like blinking and coming to and looking around, because you can all instinctually feel like where your spirit, where your soul's strength is at. Your deaths have been reduced by half.
Feel like another person had to sacrifice to save me.
Artine, by the way, has dropped to her knees behind the altar, and she is panting heavily, but she has one arm over the top of the altar, and it's holding Ulrich's, I guess it would be like left thigh just above his kneecap, and she's just kind of holding on, and you hear her say from behind there, I'm glad to have you back, dear. My task has been fulfilled. We are one. Yeah, I think I need some sleep.
I think on that note, Sybil's going to go and, like, move forward, limp forward to go by, like, to go the long way, to go near Artine and...
Ulrich, make a perception check.
Oh no.
Well, Sybil's got to start.
Wrong one. Hold on. Same score either way. It's
Okay.
plus 9 either.
Yeah, +9 either way. Okay, so as she begins walking, you immediately realize she's limping. like when you guys first met her. Do with that what you will.
But
And you guys
Sybil-
spent a lot of money fixing that shit.
Yes, we did.
But Sybil's gonna go to Bayartine and just kind of stand near and just not full out like forcibly offer a hand where it's like you must take this, but kind of move her hand a little bit so if Artine wants to take the hand, she can.
She very instinctually reaches up. She grabs the hand, and she is way heavier than she looks. For a frail little old fucking dwarven woman, she's got like the weight of the fucking earth underneath her as she stands up, and it almost kind of yanks Sybil forward a little bit. But you get her to her feet, and she looks at you, and she finally lets go of Ulrich's thigh, and she kind of like puts that hand up onto Sybil's face, and as she touches you, there is a warmth, Sybil, that spreads through your entire body like you have never felt before. It is the touch of divinity, and that is the only way I can describe it to you. Something almost enlightening, and as she lets go, she just says, "Thank you, child."
I still have the spells that I had left at the fight, right? Nothing extra, just what I had left.
No, you are fully brought. Everything is topped off. It's like you just had a long rest. You are full health, everything, top to bottom.
Oh, well, what I wanted to do was before Artine let go of me, I was going to put my hand over hers and cast heal on her.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, please, cast heal on her, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as she's going to lift her hand, you guys see Ulrich kind of grab he reaches over quickly, grabs her hand, and boisterously, like this man did not just come back from the dead as a pile of ashes, incants, and it also rips down this stairway, almost as if they acoustically built this place to be like the point of power in town. The incantation kind of like ripples down the stairway out into the greater city. And as it comes to fruition, you see a spiral of platinum around Artine, hits the crown of her head, and as it begins to pour down around her, every injury she had on her body completely heals. However, her skin is still a little bit jaundiced, her cheeks are still sunken in, she still has one milky white eye. She has taken the effects of an additional death, and that has not been repaired. She looks at Ulrich after thanking Sybil, and she says, "I was never aware that Maradine and Bahamut were in cahoots, but apparently they're both aware that they placed their champions in a very specific location at a very specific time for them to mesh together well. I'm glad I've fulfilled my purpose. But now it's time for you to fulfill yours."
I will the best way that I can.
She smiles confidently. She says, "I know you will. I don't think Maradine would have sacrificed me if it weren't for you to succeed. I heard you got the crone. Congratulations."
We did.
We did.
You see her kind of look sad for a moment, like, Jesus, he wasn't even alive to see this bitch go down.
We did, yes.
I mean, she was definitely on her back heels when the last thing I remember.
Yeah, she disintegrated you and Sybil. But then she also spit Sybil out. And now we have Sybil and Sybil's ashes. We're gonna need your help here.
G.E. Sybil.
No, she didn't.
Cut out.
Artine, do you know anything about a creature that's like faceless but like black and rubbery and...
Sybil's gonna interject. before Artine has a chance.
I was just about to make a roll.
She just says, like, quietly, but in the voice that, like, that's pitched to carry a little bit on instinct because she's a performer in drama. She just says, doppelganger.
I kept getting visions of one while I was out, but they were closely tied to Sybil, so...
Artine nods kind of furiously, and she looks as she's kind of taking the pieces and putting them together, and then she just very soft incantation. She almost coughs it into her hand, and as she creates a minor illusion, you guys see this image kind of form in her hand, and she says, "Did it look something like this?"
Exactly like that.
Sybil's face goes, like, just blank.
As soon as she notices that, you see she shifts her hand and the illusion fades away. And she goes, "That is indeed a doppelganger. Who?" And she kind of points at Sybil. "You?" And she points at Ulrich. "You saw it connected to her."
Yeah.
She points at Winnie. And she says, "Who is in your backpack?"
I guess it would be the doppelganger?
"Cast those ashes to the fucking winds. Do not allow them to be brought back to this life by anybody."
When he suddenly looks like the backpack weighs like 100 pounds, and for the first time that any of you have been with her, she looks like overburdened. Okay.
Do you have any idea what a doppelganger is?
Well, I don't like it. It sounds like it's something that can look like... Well, so
It's more than that. It's not just look like. A doppelganger, if it successfully takes its target and studies it for long enough, becomes them. It is a true duplicate of the entity that they capture.
Can they have the original entity have the memories of the doppelganger?
Artine thinks. Let me make a roll.
And while Artine's thinking, Sybil says quietly, "They wanted me to know."
She looks out and she says, "No. Doppelgangers do not possess any form of magic or psionic ability that would allow that to be the case." She kind of blinks heavy and she looks at Sybil. "But hags? Sybil, what do you remember?" She is going to... Hang on one second. She's going to walk over to you, Sybil, and she's going to kind of, like, reach up, and she's going to very gently, take you almost grandmotherly, and she's going to brush her hand through your hair. And she's going to whisper an incantation, and she's going to cast Calm Emotions. You can willingly choose to fail it, or you can resist it. That's fine. Either way, if you do resist it, I need a charisma saving throw.
Nope, she even with the things that you and I are aware of, she likes Artine.
She does.
She will voluntarily fail that.
So you take the effect of Calm Emotion. So you are suppressed of any charmed or frightened on you, which obviously there are no true effects on you, but there are some, DM
One of
level
my favorite
fuck
spells.
yous. Yeah, I know. So you know exactly what I'm doing. So as she kind of like waves this as this wave of magic kind of like passes over you, you just feel. She says, "Tell us what you know."
So she, as she lets the spell like wash over her, some of the tension just kind of very obviously leaves. She doesn't slump or anything. If anything, she stands straighter.
Also, this is like the first piece that Sybil has had in like 4 months or 2.5 years of fucking gameplay.
And then some.
Yeah.
And she shifts slightly so she can see the entire group, just angles a little bit better. And then she starts to speak. Says, I remember all of it and some things that I am certain that I'm going to want to forget. It was no coincidence that my name was given to you. And she looks to, Bloodmane and Ulrich and Winnie specifically. Sorry, Gartok.
Who's this fucking guy with the mustache?
The hags you knew about were not the first hags that you encountered, and the conclave was called much earlier than you thought, if I've pieced it all together well enough. I remember them taking me. I remember them saying that I would be a promising fit for them to put another among you to be able to maneuver you to where you could feed the conclave. I remember being... And she, even with the calm emotions, she stops herself and just closes her eyes for a moment as she thinks about things that she actually saw. Sorry. And she takes a second. I saw everything that it did while among you. I saw...
She said, by the way,
felt
that you don't even know a hag that you
I
fucked with.
watched as it tried
She just
to
said
make
it.
things harder and worse, and then I tried desperately to get it to stop and hoped that you would kill it. I tried so desperately to get you to kill it. And she just kind of looks to Bloodmane almost desperately. Why wouldn't you just kill it? And
I have all this food in baskets right now.
He's like, I brought bento boxes.
We tried to kill every hag we encountered as soon as we encountered them. Or at least made a plan to. It's not his fault.
You saw something was wrong with it, with me, not me. You knew, and you were so close. You were so close to just ending it. You stopped yourself.
If we didn't have that level of control, we would have killed this version of you as well.
I suppose that's why they did it the way they did, isn't it?
I'm sure it is. Look at all the levels of protection we took so they couldn't watch us. They just planted, not you. So they could see anyway.
Winnie, Bloodmane, and... Oh, God, it was only Winnie and Bloodmane at that point. Winnie and Bloodmane, I need you to make, just make intelligence checks for me. I know
Really?
yeah, what do you mean fucking really? You guys all decided to play intelligence dump stat characters in this campaign. I opened it up for anything and everyone wanted to play dumbasses. So, I hope fucking Bloodmane rolls in nat 20.
I have so too.
while they do that, I think Gartog's gonna kind of put his clawed hand on Sybil's shoulder. Oh boy. And just kind of look at her. And he'll say, "Family don't kill family."
So because of the calm emotions, she just kind of looks over at Kartak and just smiles, but it's a very sad smile and just, I know. I know.
Okay, so all I'm going to say with the intelligence checks is that Bloodmane, you can disregard fucking everything with a 3. With a 10, that's pretty basic. That's like peasant level nerdy. So all I'm going to say is that Sybil said something about encountering a hag before she met you. There's no way for her to know that because she wasn't there. So there's obviously a connection there that is missing. But you have no fucking idea. You cannot piece the clues together in this moment. And I'll leave it at that.
Sybil.
And just for clarification's sake, you do not recall a hag at all before that point.
You mentioned there was a hag before we knew you, which obviously was part of this whole ordeal. But does that mean there's still one out there? I don't remember encountering a hag that we didn't fight and defeat.
Let me double check to make sure I'm not understanding or misunderstanding something. One moment, please.
I think you're sending me a message. Give me a second.
I was not.
Please hold.
But
Oh, you weren't? Okay.
No, I
It's alright,
was
reading.
I was looking at a PDF that is multiple pages long.
Whoops. Did I do that?
I don't think there's another. I think when it summoned the conclave, and she again stops for a second as she thinks about the implications of all of it. No, the crone should have been the end of it.
Winnie and Ulrich, give me insight checks, please. This is passive insight checks, and this is not because somebody is lying. This is just to pick up pieces of a puzzle. What the fuck?
Mine was almost a nat 20.
Yeah, almost a fucking nat 20, but
It
a 10
actually looks
instead.
like one on my screen.
Jesus Christ, you guys
So
are
annoying.
fucking lame, man. You guys are level 12? What the
Hey,
fuck? How
sorry.
did you build these fucking characters?
I rolled a
Do you
2.
just want combat encounters? Because I can give you just combat encounters.
I rolled a 2.
Fucking Bloodmane over here just like, I'm just here to smash skulls and speak giant.
It's all I know. It's what I got, man.
You know what's crazy? You do it really fucking good. Okay, disregard everything I just asked for.
Why not Bloodmane makes a roll?
Ah, Zoidberg!
Okay. Well, I don't think I'm following, and maybe it's because we just fought a crone and then it spit you out, and there are a lot of questions still. But what I do know is I don't want these ashes in my backpack anymore. She'll turn.
Actually, you know what? Hold on. Winnie, make a history check. Sorry, I'm looking through. I'm not looking through my notes. Man, you guys fucking suck. Never mind.
It should have been a
Wow.
19.
If it helps, I have a 17 in insight.
Nah,
Winnie,
because both of them have 19 plus. It's fucking seriously. It's dumb. It's dumb.
I know this is a lot to ask, but Do you mind if I get rid of them? Casting them to the wind is something that I can do very well.
She's going. When he's gonna look at our team.
Okay. She looks back at you, confused.
Are you convinced that this is the real Sybil? And that the ashes are not the real Sybil?
She... Oh, fuck, now I have to roll dice. Hang on. God damn it, hold on. Now I gotta roll dices. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. So she looks at you and she says, I haven't had time to inspect her. I was so wrapped up the last couple of hours in what I've been doing for
Is there...
Alrek.
That's okay. I just... Is there a way for us to I'm sure you're exhausted. Is there a way for us to check? Is there a way for us to know for sure? I want to believe her. She'll like motion to Sybil. But I would not forgive myself if that was the doppelganger and the real one's in here and I get rid of the ashes.
There are ways, but you're not going to like what I have to say about the ways that I could possibly do this. She says, I believe if I were to slit the throat of this Sybil, she would more than likely, if she was bleeding her last drop, panic transform and try to escape if she was the doppelganger. It's not guaranteed, but there's a good chance.
Is there... So,
I could also perform... Give me a moment. She begins to kind of... She pulls a small sack out, very weakly, by the way. She just did 2 level 9 fucking rituals for you guys, so she is tapped the fuck out. She pulls a bag out, she starts to dig through it. Give me guys just 1 second.
Sybil does not react to that, other than maybe to just square her shoulders a little bit more. She's almost, as best as she's able to with, her body the way it is, doing a, militaristic, just waiting to hear a verdict.
She says, if you have another 1,300 gold pieces that you can donate to the Church of Moradin, I can perform a true seeing scroll on her and see what her actual being is and confirm or deny. It won't take a ritual's length to cast. It's, I believe it is... No, it'll take me about 6 seconds to cast, and I'll be able to tell you.
I have idea.
We're trying not to slit her throat, Gartok.
No.
I could slit her throat too if you'd rather. Oh, sorry. No, please, Gartok.
Not kill.
I'm gonna use Hunter's Sense.
Okay. Yeah, I know what Hunter's Sense does.
On Sybil. Because theoretically, this should tell me what she is.
Alright, give me 1 second.
If it doesn't, then I at least know the best ways to slit her throat.
So you activate Hunter's Sense. And as you activate Hunter's Sense... So, you learn the following. She has no immunities, resistances, or vulnerabilities. She's not hidden from divination magic, and she has no damage. You sense that it has damage. Yeah, she has no damage, immunities, resistances, or vulnerabilities. Period. End of story. And she's not hidden from divination magic. However,
So, yeah, I think I misread because I, for some reason, in my own mind added a comma between vulnerabilities, and then I get "and what they are" as a different thing completely.
well, even if that was the case, nobody has any vulnerabilities against anything. So, I mean, the doppelganger or her, like the doppelganger card or her, has nothing. So, you just pick up a humanoid.
It was more of a
I mean,
realize what they are, as in what race or what they are.
Oh no,
But
you.
I'm saying I misread that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. So yeah, you hunters sense her, and you're like, nope. I could kill this bitch right now with two well-placed arrows, and her ass would be down. And you're confident in it.
damage vulnerabilities. I mean, there's stairs. Stairs suck.
Yeah, stairs. Oh.
Take her out at 11.
Anything that requires
This
that.
crippled bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
Being forced to run a marathon, not going to be great.
Yeah, right. She's running the fucking 50-yard dash. We got a problem. Yeah, no, you sense absolutely nothing about this entity.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't you rest? She'll say to Artine, you've done more than enough already tonight, and we'll
She
keep
looks
an
at
eye.
you, and she's holding the scroll. She says, "You're sure you don't want me to get magical definitives?"
She'll kind of look around at the rest of the group, including Sybil.
She looks
I
at
remember
Sybil.
doing everything I could to kill that thing, but I also remember what it saw, so it's not like I have any coin, but whether it's slitting my throat or using a scroll, I would like us all to know.
Let's do it.
She
Nine,
lays down the
1300
scroll
gold.
without even taking the coin first. She lays the scroll down because she knows you guys are good for it, and she begins to unfurl it. It's 1,300 gold.
Okay, I took it up.
Candace, in whatever iteration you want. I know.
I just
that
did
you,
gold, yeah.
I know you're good for it. So, and she performs the true seeing spell. Target herself. As she holds her hands over her eyes with the warhammer in her left hand, she does a series of sigils in the air and waves, and then she taps her right hand with the warhammer, and as she lets her eyes go, there are two pink beacons of light, literally like headlights, and every time she blinks, the light disappears and then flares back up. She looks initially at Ulrich. She smiles, looks at Winnie, smiles, looks at Sybil, and her face grows dark at first. And a couple of blinks go by, and then you see a massive smile creep across her face before she moves to Gartok, Bloodmane, whom she looks at with a little bit of a rear slight, and then turns towards the adept in the room who was assisting her, and she smiles again. She kind of grabs hold of her eyes, and as she pinches, she dispels the magic and looks back out over you, and she says, "Well, isn't that interesting? Everybody here is exactly," and she looks at Bloodmane out of the corner of her eyes, "as they say they are."
Winnie kind of, it's like she visibly relaxes, finally.
She points at Sybil directly and she says, "I'm confident she is not a doppelganger."
In that case, Winnie hands the backpack over to Sybil. It is 5 pounds.
She's got no gear. She can hold this.
Okay.
Fucking barely. No, I just-
Yeah. DM question. Is
Sure.
it windy by any chance?
It is windy. Yep, up here especially, 100 feet in the air with nothing around you but fields and dying soldiers.
Secondary DM question, what would the proper title for our team be? Like form of address, if I'm being hyper respectful.
Oh, fuck me. Hang on. Wow, you know what's crazy? I have that information. Give me 1 second. She would be Lady Artine the Mystic of Clan Ironhoof.
Okay. Would Lady Artine be acceptable shorthand for the hyper formal? And still be respectful there?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then she's going to...
I thought you were making a dwarf joke, by the way, when you said shorthand, but...
No, I'm not playing Aurora.
I was thinking it too.
She's going to take the backpack and kind of just incline her head, and then turn back to Artine. Lady Artine, would it be acceptable if I were to scatter them above here?
She smiles and she says, Sweetheart, I believe that both my god and Master Ulrich's god have had enough time to play today to not consider this a act of sacrilege. So please.
Then she is going to... 1 second, let me double check.
She's gonna dump this thing's ashes into the fucking wind. Dust in the wind. All we are is dust in the wind.
Okay, so it's going to take a little bit of time because she has to do it in stages, but she is going to she's gonna wait, kind of like tilt her head, wait for that feeling when that wind's about to kind of pick up, and then she's going to use levitate to go up because she's not gonna scale this fucking temple.
Hell yeah.
She's gonna use levitate and keep moving herself up until she's kind of in that point where that wind feels strongest, and then she is going to she's gonna scatter this fucker.
Alright, so as the levitate spell goes off and the bag rises up into the air, well, I really shouldn't call it a spell, it's more of a supernatural effect that she is conjuring. But the wind kind of picks the bag up and it rises 40-50 feet into the air just above where the platform is. Kind of hovers around this little tornadic moat and spins. And as Sybil focuses on it and is just like, just fuck you, the bag pops open and tips to the side and hits the gust and just sends this trail, excuse me, sends this trail of dust and ash scattered out into the plains around Zlagmoshumbeek. Sybil. Momentarily, you hear, come across only your ears, a familiar voice, one that demanded your attention very early on in the stages of becoming you. How dare you? And then the bag is empty. And the bag, because Winnie needs her fucking backpack, floats down very gingerly.
I was gonna say that.
Because you are not.
Levitate it back.
I know you're not a piece of shit. You're just a kind of a turd sometimes.
I mean, I'll trust was gone for a moment. I'll trust that we just regained was gone. That's my best bag.
She's like, God damn it! I held my whole life in that bag. I already lost my home. Now I lost my backpack.
Sybil's gonna
question. How dare you?
Smile a little bit as she hears it, and it's almost that like satisfactory. It doesn't need a retort. And then just kind of twist her hand and bring the bag back, and just once she has it safely in hand, then she's going to just look as she watches the last of the ashes just till they disappear, and then turn back to Winnie and offer the bag back.
Winnie will seem relieved. and she'll take the bag back and kind of give a nod to Sybil. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I needed that.
Well, I think we all did, but it was very fitting for you to be the one to handle that.
Now that I get to actually see Ulrich, just very pleased with all this food, waving you down. You look so hungry, man. You look so hungry.
She waited until there was enough of a breeze so there wouldn't even be ash in the food.
Oh, nice.
That was so thoughtful, man. This is the real Sybil right here. That's too thoughtful.
The other Sybil.
Sprinkling the ash in there.
My bag would have been gone.
Listen, I'm just saying.
The mix.
I'm just saying, sprinkle the ash and I'd still eat it.
I'm convinced Gartok has at least 2 pouches, one of Sybil ash, Sybil doppelganger ash, and one of Ulrich ash, and it's just the forbidden spice. I mean,
Shh, don't out me here, Zayden.
Gonna find out Ulrich's missing like the 3rd toe or something.
yeah. The next time you guys are seasoning a fucking Hydra steak, I mean, you're gonna need something.
Ulrich, where are your eyebrows?
We don't talk about my eyebrows.
Eyebrows?
Everybody looks up. Do we all have belly buttons? Are we good?
Right.
Nope.
I'm having fan rep flashbacks there.
Yeah, trust me. I was
Nero.
gonna say, I looked at Casey, I saw his fucking eyes go, oh shit.
Nice.
Oh shit. Good times. Okay.
No, they weren't.
No,
It
they
was
were terrible.
horrible.
Nope, you're right. So Bloodmane is standing here, by the way. He's got a huge, like, fucking server's platter of bento boxes, like River Reed bento boxes. It smells delicious. And yes, actually, Ulrich and Sybil, after your respective situations, you're fucking starved. Artine is led away from you guys after kind of just being like, hey, I'm going to give you some time. She's led away by the Acolyte, assisted actually down the stairs. For the first time, she's not walking by herself, but she looks really fucked up from those rituals. She's led down the stairway in the back side, the northern side of this platform, and she kind of vanishes out of sight. And Bloodmane and you guys, and the entire religious platform has been roped off, meaning nobody else is allowed up here right now currently except for you guys. So if you'd like to sit and enjoy a meal, you're more than welcome to.
Temple dinner.
Yeah, I feel like not wanting to necessarily move Ulrich around too soon, and Sybil, for that matter, knowing that she's the giant
Cripple.
word for cripple again. Winnie would probably just sit down, crisscross applesauce on the ground. No glitter in her eye, though, because that's not her god.
And Gartok's always hungry, so, you know.
It's delicious. This is the best 10 gold's worth of fucking meat and potatoes and vegetables and breads and cheeses that you guys could possibly have been provided. So, as you guys are sitting there, excuse me, and indulging, somebody does come up from the bottom of the temple, and as they get to the top, you guys realize it's the sergeant who was missing his left arm from the elbow down. It's kind of strapped off, and he's holding a scroll in his hand, kind of like just a rolled up piece of parchment. There's no special seal or anything like that on it. There's just a singular ribbon wrapped around and tied kind of nonchalantly. He gets to the top and he says to just the lot of you, he says, my goodness. I suppose this is what all the commotion was about. Excuse my intrusion. I have a battle report from today, and he kind of looks at Winnie. I believe you're the keeper of the grove.
She quickly, like the joy, the slight amount of joy that had crossed her face leaves, and
I'm sorry, I can't let you guys have any.
she
fucking fun.
prepares. She prepares for the horrible news she knows is coming.
I know what you're talking about. Gartok still has food. He's happy.
Thank God I can do it for one of you. So he hands the scroll over. He turns around and he kind of looks over his shoulder and he says, "By the way, my troops do have some information regarding the gnome that you seek near the pyramid. If you're interested in when you're ready, just seek me out and I'll see what we can muster."
Kevin, real quick, I just want to make one quick question. Since I did level up, is that in effect too, or does that take the long rest from tonight? I just
that will require a long rest. Yep.
Okay, that's just okay.
Do we know the name of the one that just came up, or in insignia, which troop to go to, something to be able to identify him?
Actually, you do. Give me 1 secamundo.
I nearly knocked over everything on my desk reaching for my notebook.
I am... Jesus Christ.
Everything.
Don't worry, I'll get you your deets. She dabs fucking her entire computer screen. Okay, here we go.
I miss being able to have notes other than Shun Corner, day 32.
Day 32. The Shun Corner has gotten colder somehow.
I believe I have melted into part of the wall.
Okay, so his name was Koramar. He's a human. His rank is sergeant. And he is male. And he is... Actually, he is a... he is not a general, but he is part of the general commanding forces from the Grove. Koramar, by the way, is Corimar. Koramar.
I was wrong from the first letter.
Yep.
Same.
Y'all really thought I was gonna throw a fucking K in there? And if you
See how
said
you get
Q,
crazy?
then fuck you, Lucy. No. I know how you Africans do things.
I feel called out, and you're right about it.
You're right about it.
I liked the K to start the name. Just
I do too, but I think, I don't know, I think very, like, Midwestern American idiot. I don't know. It's me.
Well, when I call him Soramar later, it's your fault.
I'll have an idea. Yeah, if you call him Sormar with a C, I'm about to kick you the fuck to
That
space.
just sounds like an evil wizard.
Ooh, hold on. Give me a second.
I already took it. It's in my campaign.
Oh, god damn it! You stole it from me, bitch! I want to make it my wizard! Give me back my wizard!
No, that's just Winnie's next... I'm sorry, Candace's next character in Campaign 3.
Yeah, that's what I was... Oh, god damn it.
We're all gonna be some weird spelling of
I'll bring
Soramar
her
and
familiar Koramar, but with a Q.
Yeah, cute. Koramar and Koramar, these motherfuckers. Alright. So, Winnie, you're handed the scroll. He does leave.
Okay. So she'll kind of look around at the group and put more food in her mouth. This is gonna be bad news. You guys know that, right?
Through a mouthful of badass meat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Might I make a suggestion before you open it?
Sure.
Eats first. The news will still be there. And there is nothing that could be in that scroll that cannot wait the duration of a meal.
Might throw up on it. It looked bad out there.
Let's just be honest. This is war. Like, we are literally in the throes of war. That's never going to be a shiny outcome.
I've died 4 times.
Yeah, Ulrich, go ahead and take an inspiration point, DM inspiration, for fucking absolute words of wisdom. Bloodman, I want to give you one too, because that was really fucking beautiful. I've died 4 times.
Wisdom is not my thumbstat.
He's holding up 5 fingers though.
Yeah, right. The funny thing is, on the hand he's holding up, he's only got 4 fingers because he got one cut off in fucking war. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think all your injuries have been
Gartok's
healed.
holding up one finger.
Yeah.
Because he thinks that's 4.
Yeah. Well, I'll eat. I'll eat first, and if you all want, I can read it and summarize.
Okay, so you're
I
gonna.
also
Oh, go ahead.
I have a question, something that we should discuss at some points. This should probably also wait until after we eat, but before we leave this place.
I'd like you to know that if you tell us you're a doppelganger, we're gonna have a big problem.
If I tell you that I am a doppelganger, and it is through anything other than a compulsion, then I would hope that Bloodmane would shove that... Is that sword actually as big as it looked?
Oh yeah.
Then I hope that I would meet a very swift end at its end.
You would.
I'm sure you would.
It's.
Winnie's the one who picked up the dragon sword, right?
Yeah. Well, no. Technically, Bloodmane did, and we put it in the bag of holding.
The scimitar.
The scimitar.
Thank you. I cannot remember sword names for the life of me. The only sword I know was Great Sword, and that's the end of it. Gartok would kind of point towards the bag, or I guess Bloodmane's bag.
Found sword. Can look.
Oh, yeah, sure. She'll take out the bag of holding. Summon the scimitar with the cover, or with like the hand, or the... You two, stop pointing, you're throwing me off.
I've got 4 fingers pointing at you.
She'll take the fucking scimitar out of the damn bag.
Right. If you don't mind, Gartok's gonna like try and take it.
I don't mind.
Well, he's gonna take it barehanded because he doesn't care about magic stuff.
Yeah, so, knowing his level of intelligence, I think Winnie would encourage him to keep the cloth on the grip. Do you remember when the not Sybil killed that monkey?
Sybil's gonna make a face at that. That was not entirely its fault.
Not Sybil.
That do be happening, though.
But it was out of compulsion from the weapon she had at the time. So just please be cautious.
Truly, it may not have been.
Well then, I got a bunch of stab wounds on my back that have some splaining.
I was doing everything. I am truly sorry. I was doing everything I could to try and get it killed.
When he making
get something to help.
When he make an insight check. Lucy make an insight check, and Ulrich make an insight check.
Hi, sorry, I'm back.
No, it's okay. Oh, hi, welcome back.
My Wi-Fi went bad.
No, that's fine. Look, man, you're in England from Africa, wearing a beautiful coat. You do you.
I do need to email the Wi-Fi company about that. It's really annoying.
Get
About
your
your
money,
coat?
baby. No.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I want to install Wi-Fi on my coat.
That'd be great.
I am okay with this. Okay, so the 24 is an absolute.
Sorry, so what did you say, Candace? Because you were like,
no.
oh, you're going to encourage Gartok to...
Oh yeah, so knowing his intelligence level, like, because he's shown it over time, she would encourage him to use the cloth that we had used on the grip, And she'll say, do you remember when not Sybil killed that baby monkey?
And that's where the insight check comes in,
Yeah.
because Sybil started to protest. So, okay, so it's we're not doing good on that save. Okay, or on that check. Okay, so Ulrich, you're the only one who succeeded on this, and when Sybil protests as far as the monkey killing thing goes, and kind of backed into the, well, I was trying to do XYZ, she is 100% sincere about her trying to do something to get attention in order to save herself, because she knew she was trapped. I'll let you do with that what you will. If that makes any sense. I can clarify if need be.
Yeah, a little, because I'm confused.
Okay, so Sybil, can you kind of reiterate what you were saying to Winnie?
So she said, essentially, it wasn't exactly like that. And then Winnie said the stab wounds comment, and she did the, just trying to get it killed. I was trying to do anything I could to get it.
Right. So Ulrich, what you were seeing was a level of desperation coming out of her that was like her begging to break free from somewhere that she was not, that this entity was. Because obviously she didn't kill the fucking monkey. This other thing did. But she, with your 24 insight, you kind of pick up that she is admitting that it was actually her that was doing that to try to get attention, to make the other Sybil look like she was fucking crazy. And everybody just kind of chalked it off as, she had an evil rapier, no big deal.
An evil weapon. There's a lot.
But Ulrich understands that.
If you hear something talking to you when you touch this, Gartok, don't listen to it. Just hand it back. And she'll keep the cloth.
Okay.
I think honestly, Gartok, he doesn't see anything wrong with the monkey killing, so he's not sure what the big hubbub is. Damn, that's just a free meal.
It's a fair fucking point, I mean.
Yeah, so he's just gonna probably unwrap it and just kind of grab the sword and see how it feels.
Okay. So I'm just going to display this. It's just a generic picture. Obviously, what I explained to you guys earlier, it's not a long sword, it's a scimitar, but it has very similar features if you open it up or pull up the external link. And
that is very cool.
Yeah, it's very fucking neat. So as you touch it, Gartok, oh shit, Gartok, you were the only, well no, you were not the, no, you are the only draconic person here, because Ulrich is a fucking Azamar. Give me a... Oh, shit. Give me a sec.
Don't be intelligence.
It's not... Well, it might be intelligence, but that's not my fucking problem. That's a you thing. Give me a... Give me an Arcana check. Yeah, well, look. Hey, you could roll it. You could roll a nat 20. The dice do be giveth, and the dice do be giveth away. Taketh away. 12, actually, 12's not bad. So as you touch it, like I had mentioned in the very early part of this session, as you touch it, there is a vibration, kind of like electricity, but it is not painful. It's just a very strong vibration. And then it goes away immediately. As you look down at the blade, mind you, the blade curves. It's a huge hook in one end, not quite sickle, but it's a scimitar. The blade, or the crossguard and the hilt curve the opposite direction. And as you look down at it, you realize you have seen this fucking thing before. Not this exact weapon. You've seen a variation of it. You've seen a short sword, and you've seen a long sword version of this weapon. It is referred to as the Dragon Slayer. And this is a scimitar version. What you know about this weapon is the following. It's essentially a basic magically enchanted item, meaning +1, so it's a +1 attack and damage rolls. And if you ever target a dragon subtype creature with it, that creature takes an extra 3d6 damage from every attack that hits it Period. End of story. Full stop. Including dragon turtles and wyverns. Every draconic creature is absolutely ripped fucking asunder by this weapon.
In that case, Gardak would just kind of look at it and then just go wide-eyed. I think he's gonna have mixed emotions about it.
By the way, how the fuck did Gartok wind up with the only successful Arcana check in this entire goddamn 3-year campaign?
And a -1 too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
0.
Why? That's not true. I think
Because
Bloodmane's
Druids-
had a couple.
Ulrich's had 1 or 2.
Yeah, he has. Sorry, go ahead, Gartok.
He's probably gonna have like this mixed expression on his face because he's not sure whether to like the sword or to hate it because he likes, I guess, Thaxengold, who he views as a great, powerful entity. Especially since like Thaxengold helped his village or saw his village, I believe.
He did, yep.
And he's obviously a dragon, so
oh yeah,
this is the sword is bad. I think Gartok would kind of look at Winnie.
Can keep sword?
Did it talk to you?
No. Is
You wanna
good for killing great ones.
Winnie, you've heard him use the term Great Ones before, with Thaxengold the Blue specifically. And Arkoji and the Brass.
Okay. Do you feel compelled to stab any one of us sitting here right now?
Gartok gonna look kind of shocked.
No. Why? Stab.
It's a really great question. No, if you're not feeling those things, I'm okay with it as long as everyone else is. Are probably the biggest reason we have survived a few times, so the least we can do.
Because Gartok will kind of look to the others if it's okay.
Yeah, Winnie would be waiting too. Make sure if anybody has anything.
Sybil's just kind of watching at the moment, taking it all in.
It's pretty. A little small for me.
Ulrich's naked ass is just still sitting on the stone slab eating a bento box.
Just thinking Sybil's in pretty much the
You
same
hurt
boat.
myself with it, so let's just
It's true. Alright, so Gartok, you can add a Dragon Slayer scimitar to your inventory, my friend.
I'm removing the scimitar from mine.
Alright. Beautiful. And thank you for doing that, because that means I get to remove a note from my inventory. Okay, so, Winnie, are you opening that scroll?
Yeah, once we're done eating, she'll open this.
So we'll say for the sake of brevity, you guys go throughout the next 25, 30 minutes. You eat. Everybody is having a great time indulging in the beautiful meats and cheeses and spices and breads and vegetables and fruits that are provided by Bloodmane with that wonderfully laid out 10 gold buffet, which is a lot, by the way. And Winnie, feeling fat and happy, though she is tall and skinny and still kind of happy, maybe a little unhappy, I don't know. She opens the scroll. So here is what you read, Winnie. Your starting troop number was roughly 50,000. Okay? 50,000 is what you mustered from the Grove all the way down to Zlagmoshimbeek to fight against the ogres. Because you chose not to fight them directly, and by the way, there are rolls that were made on my end. These were back-end rolls. There was a total troop ending with a major success. This is considered a major success. So there was 50,000 troops beginning. You ended with 19,920 and a total loss of 30,800 individuals, and that includes those who were on or who were cavalry, either air or ground. The units that were completely destroyed. So you guys know how my for those of you who have done my combat, you know how they work. They're done in excuse me. They're done in dice, right? Now, mind you, you have disadvantages to auto-resolve because you're not choosing to do it by yourselves. If you do it by yourselves, you get to pick and choose the tactics. If I do it, I take all of your total units, and each unit gets a specific roll on a chart that I have, and then they lose a specific number, but it's almost always guaranteed success. But you lose a fuckload more because your minds don't get to pick and choose the tactics. So, with that being said, the units that have been completely eliminated, meaning they will never come back to join your army, are as follows. The Zimbaldi Infantry, the Mungari Sea Slingers, Stillwater Elite Infantry, which, by the way, were already wounded from the last battle that didn't have enough time to regain their size before this battle. Zlagmoshumbeek Infantry, gone. Zlagmoshumbeek Mages. By the way, you're in Zlagmoshumbeek. Zlagmoshumbeek Mages, gone. And the Zlaneshi Sorcerer Sappers, all gone. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, those are 6 units that were very small, are now gone.
I'm sorry, what was the last one?
That was the Zlaneshi Sorcerer Sappers. That is moment.
I had written down literally all of them last time because I was running numbers and math, and so I just crossed them out. Made things a lot easier.
It is a lot easier, isn't it?
Wish I didn't have to.
Yeah, no, I know. Look, I gave everybody. I gave you guys the option to run an entire another session to play it out on your terms, and you chose not to, and that's
so
okay.
We don't auto-resolve in games.
That right, exactly. Hey, you chose to auto-resolve and go straight to the fucking crone. We summed that up, and now you guys are like, those pirates are looking awfully tasty right now.
Still better than Warhammer auto-resolve.
Oh god, the Warhammer auto-resolve is fucking atrocious. Okay. Give me a second though. I just want to make sure I give you guys the benefit of the doubt here. That's what I thought.
While we wait, just for thematic, I guess. I don't know if the scimitar came with a sheath or not.
It did. Yep.
Okay. Well, then Gartok kind of, I guess, attaches it underneath his short sword, one of his short swords, because he has like a short sword on each side. So now on one side he has two one scimitar, one short sword, and the other side is another short sword. With the bow and, like, Ilona's Cobra on his back.
Does Gartok attach it in a way that shows like he's used to handling it, knows how to equip it easily, or is it done in like Gartok rough fashion?
He knows how to use short swords, but it'll probably be done in Gartok rough fashion just because it's Gartok.
Okay, in that case, like as he's doing it, he's gonna kind of watch Gartok a little bit, and then it's gonna be a Gartok, do you mind if you... And she's like gonna kind of start to reach and stop herself a couple of times.
He'll like tilt his head kind of like a dog or cat questioning what you're doing.
May I assist?
Yes. Also, I want to take something back. My quiver is not on my back. It's on the other side with the other short sword. I've tried pulling quivers from my back. It's annoying. Or arrows from my back.
It is terrible.
Sybil's going to go and like kind of help adjust so the straps are hanging right and like the sheath is sitting where it should be, and it's a very like practiced, like professional kind of motion there. But her hands do like just like she hesitates before making that contact and then just kind of brushes that aside and then just goes and does that, and then when she's done she does her weird little step back and then how's that? Does that feel better?
Gartok will kind of feel it and move around, and then he'll like give this toothy smile because lizard lips don't exist. And then he'll say, "Thank you."
Of course, you don't want it to get tangled up as you're trying to move. I saw how you shift. You don't need that banging into things.
Jesus, Casey.
He'll kind of happily nod,
She's gonna
listening intently.
She's gonna go back and take a couple steps and go back by the wall. She has not sat down to eat. She's been kind of just nibbling, kind of as she's been standing near the wall.
He'll hand out a good berry.
She will.
Fucking getting all these good berries. You're a fucking good bush.
I mean, I've given 3 to the cleric of Moradin, and then I think Winnie took 1.
Yeah, I
So
know.
I still have a bunch.
Yeah.
Actually, DM question for that.
Okay.
Is she? I'm sure she wants food, but is she like nauseous post Icar vat hell?
Surprisingly not. She's fucking starving, as if she hasn't eaten in the last 4 months.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so she's gonna gratefully, like, she'll pause at what she was eating, consume the good berry, and then go back to food. She's going to overeat.
I love it. I'm all about overeating. Okay, on that note, so 2 notes really quickly. These Laneshi Sorcerer Sappers and these Lagmotian mages, you guys would all immediately recognize as Mylar's Inner Sanctum Sorcerer Casters, meaning the highest tier mages that he had at his disposal, the sorcerers, and Ezekiel's top mage core. They have been fucking obliterated. They're gone. They were only a D4 to start with, but they were super fucking strong, and the way they rolled, they were gone. But they took, I mean, look, you guys don't know the number of enemies you defeated, but you do know that they were sent into full retreat. So the fact that you succeeded, awesome. So I'm going to delete that. Again, total lost 30,080, which is not great at all. But the ones that survived have the capability to rebuild if given enough time. With that being said, I also have one more note before we log. And that note is... Nope, that was my only note. Okay, sorry. No, sorry. I just had one more point of interest for me as a DM, and that is, Casey, can you please just send me what you have decided on for your level as far as your spell? Because I don't believe you get anything special at level 13 except for your new tier of spell, and just let me know what you pick and if you change something out. Besides that, I don't care. Just send me a message and we're good to go. And guys, I think we're going to go ahead and end it there tonight because it's already 11:04. This has been an multi-class barbarian. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking Bloodmane. This trouble-starting son of a bitch. Like, well, if we light a fire in the middle of town and blame it on that guy. Alright, guys. Anybody have any last-minute questions, comments, clarifications? If not, we'll see you all next week on Saturday at next Saturday morning.
That's true.
Not about
Ideally want to
D&D.
keep going.
Oh, not about D&D. What do we have? Lucy?
I have a Warhammer 3 thing.
Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, know that. Let's go.
I'll send the actual image of the battle in Discord. But I was playing Dark Elves, right? Specifically Malice.
Malice Darkblade, beautiful. He rides on the back of a giant fucking cold one. Oh, I love it.
I was busy raiding other Dark Elves because.
Yeah, because fuck them.
Yeah.
Fuck them. No, because fuck them Dark Elves. If you're Malice Darkblade, look, you know who your mommy and daddy are. By the way, it's Malekith and fucking Morothai. Don't ask me why I know this, because hashtag 1998 version of Warhammer tabletop, and I was Dark Elves army. Sorry. This is your story, not mine.
So I was busy raiding
darkness.
I was busy raiding Malekith's main settlement, so I can piece him out because I was done being at war with him. And I got Malice alone got caught out from like my black arc of my army, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm gonna lose him. 3 armies, including the settlement itself, attacked Malice and Malice alone.
What the
I
fuck?
won that fight with Malice at full HP.
Shut the fuck up! How did you manage that?
I don't know. But Malice is busted.
Oh my god. Wow. Okay, well apparently Lucy just admitted that he's a cheater.
No, this is base game, no mods.
Oh shit. So you're exploiting the bugs. Okay, he's an exploiter. No, I kid again. That's fucking awesome. I would love to see that. Do you have video of that battle? Do you have
I do not, because I was not recording or anything. But I do have a picture of the after effects.
Yeah, that would be
with an inclusion of how many kills Malice got.
Fuck yes. Please and thank you.
Absolutely, I'll send it in general on Discord. Other than that, I think that's about it. Xavier, I do want to maybe message you after this. I have a plan for my familiar backstory. Of course, some things will change via Candace, because we have to discuss what we're doing.
Yes.
But I have a general thing. I'll tell you now, it involves Egyptian mythology, because I've been really into that for some reason.
Oh, fuck. I'm all about, yes, please, let's incorporate that. The fact that you are so committed to playing a familiar of another PC in Campaign 3 is, well, God, oh, never mind, it's not Campaign 3, it's fucking Campaign 4. Jesus Christ.
Also,
so
you're not going
tired,
to
I'm
get too many
getting old.
complaints from me because my LARP, before it was a thing, my LARP character's name was Isis,
That's true.
based off of that, so.
Yeah, she showed up first day as ISIS, the character, and like 3 days earlier, ISIS had been labeled a terror
Oh,
organization.
it wasn't quite that.
And Candace and I were like, should we do this? And she was just like, fuck it. And then we never LARPed again. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no, so, I'd been playing it for a little while, and then it was like, I woke up to a billion texts that was like, did you hear about the new terrorist group? I'm like,
Yeah, they're named after your
Great.
fucking Black Dragon board. Yeah, fuck off.
great.
Alright, beautiful, guys.
Yeah, so I'll message you after and then send the image. That's about it
Perfect.
for me. I'll shut up now.
Thank you, everybody.
Kat, what do you got? I
was
saw you
just-
open your mouth twice.
Yeah.
I know you got something.
I'm thinking about my follower of Set who sent me down the Egyptian mythology rabbit hole for that because she is a devout follower of not Set but Sutek.
Oh, you're talking about your Vamps character?
One of.
You're still playing that Vamps character? The follower
well-
of Set?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Wow.
I still-
I'm
I
just
still play her, and
surprised they
then-
haven't gotten dusted yet.
No, I have a so the personal cult is played by a bunch of PCs. So it's referred to as the second court because there's the court over there and then there's my temple.
Meaning the cam court and then your temple? Wow. How the fuck do you get away with that without the cam just like burning you to the ground?
Because okay, so her whole thing is she is all about choices. Like, and every time someone tries to come to her with an argument about why she's horrible and corruption, which she is, she absolutely is, she does she's spinning it all as being about giving people the chance to, like, make a choice for themselves. My crowning moment in this is the last thing I'm going to say before we go, is one of the camis tried to come over and go all, like, you're horrible, here's why, and presents it as a psychological experiment. Proposed so you find out that it came down to you have to kill this person or the entire city is going to burn. You've exhausted all of your resources, it comes down to this. You don't have a choice. do you kill this person, or do you let the city burn? And she, yeah, my character kind of smiled, turned to one of her temple, like the ones that's learning, and was like, well, turned to the Cammy first and said, what would you do? And he said, kill the person, save the city, kind of thing. She turned to one of her followers and said, what would you do? He said, fuck the city, it has nothing for me. And then Cammy turned to her and said, and what would you do? And she said, I would go to the person and inform them of the situation and let them make the choice. Who am I to say whether he gets to live or die? Why does he not get that choice? And it was
Holy
just
shit! So she
utter...
so she threw it back into the hands of the individual who had to make the choice whether to live or die to save the city.
Yeah, and so the Cammies then felt like,
yeah, and then they're like,
shit.
oh, wait a minute, this doesn't fit in our bureaucratic fucking hierarchy.
Everything she does, it's am I truly so bad? All I want is for people to be able to choose. And that's how she spins all of it. And so I have gotten a bunch to convert over. Because...
But at the end of the day, she's just a huge piece of shit.
She's
okay.
Yes,
I love White Wolf World because at the end of the day, every character is just like, no, I'm a fucking terrible person, but I'm gonna spin it in a way to make the other shitheads look real shitty.
And it's a fun like subgame as they keep coming up trying to like come up with reasons why she's horrible and awful, and she's just like, so let's discuss. And that's our whole thing, is just I do not hide who or what I am. Why would I? That would imply that I have shame about it.
Thank goodness you have the decency to talk, because back in my day of White Wolf, Bloodmane and I would fucking roll up on somewhere and be like, hey motherfuckers, we found a case of grenades, and just start punching walls down and throwing grenades in, and then we would just run away. And if we died, we died. We didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I've got stories about the game I messed up.
Assholes like us who showed the anarchs who were like, hey, by the way, y'all ever hear of a Molotov cocktail?
Try one of the PC's havens that's filled with ammunition that he's been creating because he's working on incendiary ammunition, and someone else lit it on fire.
Oh, fuck yeah. No, I'm all about that. Yep.
Yeah.
Enjoy your torpor, asshole.
Yeah. Okay, so a week, and then I need to have a conversation with Ulrich, damn it.
Yes. I think next week, so when we play next week, we'll pick up right where we left off tonight. You guys will just be finishing your meal. You will have read your battle reports, and then we'll get together in the next week, 2 or so, and just kind of figure out January's schedule. Lucy, I know that you are very unavailable, I believe is what you said, for January.
I am going to try my best. I'm even going to try mobile data to see if that works. To be here, but just
you know,
in
it's funny.
case-
He's done this every year for the last like 3 years, but every winter he shows up in Africa and he's like, "My dad got this new satellite. Did you guys ever hear Starlink? Because my dad's got it on our compound." And fucking Elon Musk is flying satellites around the center of Nigeria, and he's just got better internet than when he does in. Actually, literally last year he came back when we were playing Unlikely Heroes. He came back from winter break and had better internet in Africa than he did in fucking UK. But yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, so if not, then I'm afraid from next Wednesday to the 13th of January, whatever that is, I am gone.
Okay, well, let me know since it's next Wednesday and we play next Saturday. Just shoot me a message, let me know what's going on, Luce. And then
I won't be able to tell you until at least when I get there.
Man, fuck you! How long does it take you to get to Nigeria?
We're not going to Nigeria, we're just going to South Africa.
Damn it, well, I was just being an asshole. I mean, I'm just a piece of shit. Okay. Well, have fun in South Africa. I was hoping it was Nigeria. I don't know why.
No, I don't want it to be Nigeria.
I want to go to Nigeria at some point. I don't want to eat bushmeat, but definitely at some point want to go to Nigeria. All right, guys.
And then I have just one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead, Lucy.
I woke up one morning to a pleasant surprise when I checked my bank. I got 35 pounds from Twitch, and I just want to say thank you for that.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude! Hell yeah! So you got your first, was that your first ever Twitch payout?
It was.
Oh, dude, isn't it so nice on the 15th, when the 15th rolls around, and I look at Candace and I'm like, did you get a did you get a Twitch payout? Because I got a Twitch payout. And she's like, how the fuck did you get a Twitch payout? I'm like, what do you mean how I fucking get a Twitch payout? People like me when I fucking stream. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And I do also want to say, if you have any subscriptions or anything, do cancel them for now. I do not know when I'll stream again. I do plan to, but it'll be a while.
That's all right, man.
Yeah.
The fact that you got even one fucking payout makes everything that you've worked towards excellent. Because you know what? It didn't cost you a dime.
Right.
And we just want to watch you play. I want to watch you play. I have missed you. I've missed you playing fucking Daka Daka.
Saru says, keep subbing to Lucy, which is exactly what I was saying.
No, don't.
Send him pizza money. He's in college. He needs it.
You can wait until I start streaming again, because I do plan on it. I just don't know when.
Okay, that's fair enough. You're
and then don't give it. Meanwhile, give it to Kat. She starts streaming. So.
What the
Do it,
fuck?
Kat. Do it,
When?
Kat.
I don't know when, but she said she's gonna. So.
Oh, I know
give it
she
to her
said she
instead.
was gonna, but I haven't seen her go live.
I had to get through December. You saw my schedule.
You better
Oh,
do
that's
it.
true. That's true. That's true. Okay, fine.
So I'll tell you what, Lucy will be in Africa, and he'll miss all of my streams, but I have the setup for it now. Let's do it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, because you were playing her. Was it Horizon?
Horizon, yes.
Horizon. God
game.
damn it.
Best game.
I was hooked on watching you play that shit. That was that weird dinosaur female archer game.
And if I'm doing it through my PC, A, I'll have a better setup, and B, I'm gonna have to do a full run through.
Yeah.
Fuck
saying.
yes. Do it.
Yeah,
Do it.
we've got, our community's got Monday, Wednesday, Thursday. Nobody streams on those nights
True.
regularly, so.
I could maybe take Monday.
Hell yeah.
I have like D&D that I play during the week because I'm a trader and play with other groups too.
Nah, fuck that. Fuck you. No,
I
I'm,
know.
Good lord.
no, I'm sorry. I just.
Damn, I play with 2 other groups too. Now I feel hurt.
Man, fuck you, Ulrich. You know what? I keep you dead for a reason. No, I'm just kidding. Y'all are making me sour. This is not a way to end
Going
tonight.
south quick.
Okay.
Hey,
For
look, I
just-
gotta get back to my spot of being the person that's died the most. Okay, like I've got a lot
If you
of
do that, I'm gonna kill you.
If you die another 4 times and make this a 12 death character, I'm gonna fucking shit.
Look, I can't survive a 10% death in Nero ever, so I might as well, might as well ride the high here and just go for as long as I can.
I had a friggin' 90% and I permed his cast, so.
That do be true though.
Anyway, yeah, so I just wanted to say thank you and also stop money because you don't get anything from it and I feel bad.
All right. Well, you know what? You got it this time. Enjoy your 34.58 pound. Enjoy your 34 pounds and 85 quid or whatever the fuck they call it. And I don't know. By the way, what kind of money do you have in Africa? I know that sounds weird, but what is your currency?
It depends where you go, but in
I
South Africa,
fucking
it's-
hate that so much. Just make it same across the continent. You're all Africans, right?
I know, but different colonies. Different problems.
I know.
In
Okay.
Nigeria, it's naira.
Yeah, I figured that was something like that. What's it in
Ghana,
South
it's some
Africa?
currency, I
South
can't
African
remember.
dollars? SAD?
You know, it's
sad. It's sad.
It's ZAR, rand.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't expect to hear that.
Google says there's 54 different currencies used in Africa.
To be fair, Africa's a big fucking continent. I'm over here joking about North America like, well, there's like 9 between the lot of us. Okay.
Bill.
All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and find somebody to raid. Thank you for hanging out tonight, and especially since it's a little bit later of a stream. We'll see you next Saturday, normal time, and like coffee and breakfast time, and we'll dive back into this, what turned out to be a very good situation. From a very bad situation to a very good situation. And I have, like, the rest of the campaign actually fleshed out. Maps, quest lines, details. So, like, anywhere you guys decide to go now, we good. Alright.
Oh yeah, time to derail. We're opening a shop, guys.
Yeah, we're opening a shop.
Nope,
You can
my
open a shop.
Thursday campaign, we cover the lunch rush almost every week for this random restaurant that didn't even hire us.
Man, fuck them. Kill them.
Good night.
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 Alright, guys, we're going to raid
Good night.
Rocker Joe. Rocker Joe deserves our love because we haven't seen Rocker Joe in a while, which is not that big of a deal. But Rocker Joe's playing WWE 2K22, which is something that Candace and I do happen to have a lot of love for.
Yeah.
Even though I haven't seen Joe a whole lot in our
He did
in our
stop
stream.
his whole stream that day.
Yeah. He was helping us out when we were trying to figure out why the fuck we couldn't talk, because he accidentally banned our entire IP address because our son joined and he had a very new account and his bot flagged it and then flagged everything we had. So anyways, guys, we got 8 people coming with us. Thank you for joining us tonight. Tomorrow we do have D&D tomorrow as well from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern time. It is Esoteric Days. Torin is running that. Nerdy Knots and I are both PCs in that campaign, so come watch us PC together as Vagrim and Selphine. And then Sunday night we have Candace's campaign, which is Boundless Valor, which is her superhero, her 5th edition superhero homebrew world,
And
which is just fucking fantastic.
I did just confirm I'll have something exciting to share on Sunday.
Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I know what it is. It's gonna be beautiful. We'll see you guys soon. Join us in Rocker Joe's stream. Here we go.